Sentence, action. Good morning and welcome to the second day of this SCIS final conference. My name is Katarina Faraj and I am one of the two moderators that will be guiding you to today's conference as well. I'm joined by my colleague Martin in Brussels. Good morning, Martin.
Good morning, Katarina, and a big warm welcome from Brussels where the sky is blue, so rather exceptional for us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the Smart Cities Information Systems final conference. Now, whilst it might be the final conference, it's actually also the beginning of the Smart Cities Marketplace. And one of the things we're doing over these 2 days is that transition from the SCIS to the Smart Cities Marketplace. We heard a lot yesterday about how that transition is happening and some of the details around that. And today, we can promise you a no less exciting time. We have lined up for you, starting straight after this introduction, an introduction from the Secretary General of EUROCITIES, Boni, And she's put together a very nice video, a very entertaining video, setting out the challenges for smart cities. After her introduction, we'll be going into a session looking at resilience, and then we have a feast of replication, replication, and replication, as this is one of the big challenges within smart cities. How do we replicate what works in one city in another? So there'll be lots of sessions on replication before the lunch break. During the lunch break, you also have an opportunity to engage with the action clusters, and we would very much encourage you to mix eating and networking in the action clusters. Do that together during the lunch break. And then after the lunch break, we have the rather mysterious tales from the north, the south, and the east. And to find out more about that, do join us after the lunch break to see what that involves. And also, don't forget, throughout the whole of today, you can participate in the matchmaking. And if you want to find a link to the matchmaking, just look below the screen and you will see links to the matchmaking. We had some incredibly successful partners teaming up yesterday, lots of investment flowing, quite impressive numbers, so don't miss out on those matchmaking opportunities. That actually brings me to a very important point. One of the key things of the matchmaking is that people talk to each other and meet. And just because this is a virtual conference doesn't mean you can't participate and engage. And in fact, if we're to make this transition from the SCIS to the Smart Cities Marketplace successfully, we need your interaction and engagement. Now, to explain how you can engage with us, join the debate, how you can disagree with what's being said or put forward an alternative point of view, my colleague Katerina is going to talk you through the tools that are available to do that. Katerina, how do we engage with you during today?
Thank you very much, Martin, for that introduction of the great things that await us today. And as Martin said, it's going to be especially important to hear from you, to get your views, your opinions, your questions to anything you hear today, and that will be presented by our wonderful speakers and panelists. For that, you have a couple of options. On your right-hand side of your screen, just next to the window you're currently looking at, we have something called Q&A, where you can pose any questions, any issues you're facing into that box and get the answers that you're looking for. And as well, we also have there an option called polls, where we're asking you a couple of questions, where we would like to have your input and your views. We will test that in just a second, but also what you have is a feature below, and Martin already pointed towards that. Below the screen, you actually have the whole agenda of today's meeting, and you can click on the links that are provided there. For example, we will use that when we have parallel sessions, so two sessions running in parallel, and you need to choose a session and click on the corresponding link when the time comes. So for the moment, just focus on the live stream where we're currently at, and we're also the next session will be streamed, but just for you to know where you can find all the interactive features, we wanted to provide you with that information. And now we want to test it. So right next to me, on the right hand side, you'll find a little question that we're posing to you under the polls. So this morning we're curious to know which drink or beverage you have with you right now. So what's the drink of choice in the morning for you that is standing right next to your computer, that might be just be placed nicely in a mug or in a wonderful glass? Please put it in English. Otherwise, it might be a bit difficult for us to understand what you're referring to. And just don't forget to press submit so we know what it is. Ooh, I see hot chocolate drinkers. I can certainly sympathize with that. That would be a great drink for the morning. Not an easy one to make though, but very nice. We see some coffee. Yes, that's great. And I was waiting for that. Somebody putting in vodka. So yes, we have somebody that starts the day really straight on. Very good. And we have somebody who drinks a lot of coffee. I understand that as well. We have some water. Very good. Keep those answers coming. It's also, of course, for our team to just have an insight into who it is that we're dealing with today. So thank you very much for testing that with us. And it's great that you found the right box to click and the right information to use. But Martin, what's up next?
nor I'm meant to drink it, but here in Brussels, this seems to be the de rigueur for liquids, the sanitizing hand wash. But I think we're having that issue across the whole of Europe. Indeed, that's one of the reasons why this conference is virtual. Coming up now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to introduce you to the Secretary General of EUROCITIES. Now, EUROCITIES have been instrumental in the smart city movement across the whole of Europe, really pushing forward the agenda. And the Secretary General, Annalisa Boni, has prepared a video for us where she really outlines some of the challenges and some of the next steps. And that leads very nicely into our first session directly after her video, which is on resilience. But for now, take that vodka or hot chocolate or whatever beverage it is, sit back and let's hear what Annalisa Boni has to tell us, Secretary General of EUROCITIES. Please, could we run the video now?
Yesterday's program, and that you will be able to get out of the entire event something good, pleasant and memorable and replicable. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all doing well and are in good health, at least physical health, because mental, better not to talk about it, right? Challenging times for everybody, even the most solid guys. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed yesterday's program and that you will be able to get out of the entire event something good, pleasant and memorable and replicable. So apologies for not being with you live today and for having to use a recorded video message, but at this very time when you're having the conference, I'll be in the middle of our annual conference. It's really difficult to postpone it. So I'll pretend that today is the 5th of November at 10 o'clock. So here I am telling you a story. Well, a story. I say story because SCIS has actually been about telling stories, right? Stories about what a smart city means, what cities do to become smart, how they can learn from what they do and from what other cities do, how smart solutions and platforms and approaches can help a city being and becoming resilient, and so on. And for exactly this reason, for its stories, SCIS has been what made it so important and in a way unique. I'm not sure if you've listened to all the podcasts and looked into the knowledge that there is there, but they are, everything is so extremely useful, at least for me. Because it's about making change understandable and possible, knowledge easily accessible, and experience replicable and scalable. So let me correct myself. I'm not going to tell you a story, but what I would like to do is share some thoughts with you. And I'd like to do it by looking at the acronym of our beloved project, SCIS. Now, the people that know me, they know that I like to play with letters and they will laugh, but still, let's do it. I still want to do it because since we are at the end of this project, but a new beginning is actually starting with this conference, like the title says, I thought we could use some different words for that acronym in a way to reflect the situation we're currently, living in, especially in cities, with the pandemic, of course, but also, cities as places where so many issues and crises are at the moment concentrated. So, I don't have an I think my daughter stole it from my thing. SCIS. So let's start with the S. Is that right? Or it's the other way? I never know. Still, S for solidity. We're talking a lot about resilience, right? I find that, it's an important concept, but I also find that the word solidity is not very much used. And I find it really goes well with it. Let's think of a person, a resilient person is one that is able to, live, survive, grow well, even when exposed to, heavy challenges, health or whatever challenges. And so that is a solid person. A person doesn't collapse, doesn't die, that adapts, changes, regenerates, basically that stays there alive. And that is why I like to think the same for a city. A solid city is anchored. It can go through all sorts of challenges and crises, but it remains a place where its citizens want to be, want to live, despite all. A city that doesn't, let anyone down, that leaves no one behind, like, now people say. And what are the ingredients? Well, we will talk about some of them in some other letters, but a lot of them you will hear about in the next debate that follows my intervention now with fantastic speakers, and so you will know that. But for me, it's a way of thinking, of planning, of acting. It's about making sure that there is a sort of systemic transformation of the city that, also with the help of smart technologies and approaches, it adapts its journey, its path towards being and becoming that solid place where its citizens want to live. So not solid in the sense that, like a rock that doesn't change, but solid in the sense that people want to be there because they feel safe, they feel protected. And because at the moment it is not an easy game for anybody, and even less for cities. And that's why my next letter is C. I don't know. C for crisis. Crisis with the plural. Today, cities are facing a crisis of many crises. The pandemic and its direct consequences, health and all the stuff, economic consequences, social and so on, but also like poverty, rising poverty, inequalities, all the stuff relates to the climate emergency, of course, the governance crisis, you name it. Cities do have a lot on their plate. The health crisis is actually just X-rayed, in a way, exposed and even accelerated a series of problems that has exposed those gaps, the many important gaps that exist in our systems that were already there in our systems and models. And cities are now at the forefront of all this, very often without the necessary powers and competences and the resources that they would need. And, tackling all this with some short-term actions, but at the same time also having a vision and long-term, strategies, it's no easy thing at all. Cities need, they need to care for very concrete issues at the moment. I wouldn't want to be a mayor at the moment, so many people are losing their jobs, their tourism and the culture sectors are dying, so many elderly need to be taken even more care of now, and so on. It's all very pressurizing and urgent, and keeping lucid and with a long-term, systemic, integrated, holistic, vision, long-term, it's super hard. And also having, strategies and plans where you need to prioritize actions that are able to address all these, many crises at the same time, environmental, social, economic, democratic, and have solutions that can tackle these issues that combine, the solutions towards, all these different goals, combining economic growth with climate neutrality with social justice, energy transition with, creating jobs, climate neutrality again with citizens' participation and so on. It's hard. Of course, smart technologies do help, but it's still very hard. And that's why we need a lot of eyes. So in a way, the I, the letter I. And for me, I, in this case, would be related to two words. One for, I for imagination. We need loads of creativity at the moment, even more than before. Being smartly resilient also entails being, totally open to all sorts of solutions, capable, you must be capable of out-of-the-box thinking, to use a banal expression. Imagination to help you recognize future risks, to be better prepared for a future that is so hard to predict, to navigate through uncertain times, and at the same time be able to communicate with your citizens and understand what they actually need and what they will need. It's so a lot of imagination, but I also like innovation, of course, because even if it's a concept that is super and overused, at the end of the day, it's a key concept. And I'd like to talk about a bit about the work I've done in the last year within the board that the European Commission has set up, and that defined the idea of a mission to achieve 100 climate neutral cities by 2030 by and for the citizens. You must know this missions idea. So there was one about climate neutrality and smart cities, and the report we've produced goes into this idea of achieving 100 climate neutral cities by 2030 by and for the citizens, using as well smart technologies and smart solutions. And so in our report that I invite you to read, we stress the importance for a city to deliver a systemic innovation, so across the board, in its governance, in its functioning and organization, in its transport, energy, construction, recycling system. So, planning, integrated planning, and, in the investment financial plans, in the way smart technologies are applied as strong enablers, the present silos-based form of governance designed and developed for traditional city operations and services cannot drive at all an ambitious climate transition, nor can it be the base for resilience. You need systemic innovation guided by more strategic, as we said before, strategic, holistic and long-term visions and approaches. And also with a city government and political leadership that is up to the task, So you can't just have your classical and traditional administration. There has to be a sort of, change and innovation in the administration and organization, like what we call the creative bureaucracy. And also, a new form of politics as well, because you need to change the way. It is important to be able to work with your citizens and in a totally, and stakeholders at the local level in a totally different way, with a new role, that entails sharing power with them in order to get them on board, have them, own the challenges, and even, having them part of even the solutions, because the best solutions, as some mayors say, are not in the city administration, they are outside. So all that needs to be done towards a smarter and more resilient city. And lots of stories about that in SCIS, about citizens' participation, how to work with academia and the private sector, how to ensure that your actual effort to become smarter and healthier and cleaner need a complete paradigm shift in governance. And in the mission, we talk about innovation, also, saying that the 100 cities will spearhead the leveraging of the synergies of Europe's twin green and digital transformations, which is mainly what smart cities are about, and that these cities will work together to address common challenges, they will create economies of scale, and basically serve as innovation hubs for other cities and for Europe. A bit what we want to do with the Living in You initiative, wanting to create a real community of cities to be able to scale up and really boost all that is done at the smart cities level. But we could talk about innovation for hours, and here we have no time. So my next letter is actually more linked to the frustrations that this current context is generating, at least with me, and therefore we use S for a word. Can I use it? No one really dares to use this kind of word in this kind of context, and apologies for those who will be shocked. It's like shit. We are, I think at the moment, we are in big, deep shit. And we're living something that has never been experienced before in this current world. I mean, now in these last decades, we are moving like blind people, trying stuff here, trying to imagine what the best next steps would be. But really in front of us is pure uncertainty. So basically maybe to be a bit more educated, basically S for survival, planning like before or thinking like before will not help anybody to survive. And that's why, all the letters come together. That's why we need to be innovative, we need imagination, we need resilience, we need solidity, but at all levels. I mean, the measures and the responses that our national governments are giving are, going all over the place. I don't know where you live, but still, I mean, I know a couple of them. It's going all over the place. I would never again want to be in the shoes of a prime minister right now, but they're doing their best, okay? But it's really complicated. So, in this really catastrophic picture, what I want to say is that at least cities are giving hope, yeah? Hope, H like hope. We can add an H to SCIS because anyway, we can't hear it. Because cities act, they move, they do things that are actually very concrete and very useful. And since the start of the pandemic, we've collected over 400 stories on our COVID-19 platform, the EUROCITIES COVID platform, on how cities have been responding in all domains, from social, economic, cultural, and so on, to remain in this conference, and the theme of the conference with the help as well, a lot, with the help of Smart Solutions platform, data-driven policy and so on. First in the emergency period, and even now in the so-called recovery phase, which, actually is it recovery, but still it's sort of a hybrid phase because it does still present a strong emergency dimension with this second wave. So anyway, hope, because in front of such a terrible disaster picture, many cities are really trying to see this crisis also as an opportunity to think a new normal, to build back better, as people say. Milan putting all these bike lanes and other cities just, moving along and trying to really think of a new normal, and how an end or disaster can actually trigger a new beginning, like the title of this conference. And for me personally, working on a daily basis with so many city leaders, politicians, but also public administrations, in a way it's reassuring. It's really nice to witness all the examples that really give hope. What is done every day to demonstrate that cities are thinking ahead to recover, trying really hard not to fall back on the old mechanisms that will not contribute to create a sustainable future for all citizens. And cities are sharing their reflections, ambitions, positive, negative results among themselves. And, I'm really proud I can help this sort of exchange, me in the sense of EuroCities and all the projects we have and we're involved in. Cities support each other across borders through networks and projects in Europe, like we're doing today. And, in many cases we are doing. And this, I have to say, really, it gives, at least for me, it gives hope, because nobody can respond to this unprecedented crisis alone. So what can I say? Let's work together. Let's scale good things up as much as possible as we can. Let's be smart, resilient, solid, innovative, and above all, let's cheer up and maintain a big hope that in the end everything will be all right, everything will be new if we manage, if we really try and change the models that we have now. I realize I've never used the verb I hope so much as I'm doing in this period. So anyway, I hope everything will be fine, but if we all do, and if we all try to move in the right direction, it will work out. So I really wish you a productive and good and inspiring conference, rest of the conference, and I really thank you for listening. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Annalisa Boni, Secretary General of EUROCITIES, for that video introduction. Certainly giving us plenty of things to think about today and also issues to take forward and discuss. And one of the ways we're going to be doing that is talking about resilience. And it's my great pleasure to hand over to Brooke, also from EUROCITIES, who's put together a list of exceptional people to talk about the issue of resilience. Brooke, good morning, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Martin, and good morning, everyone. And thank you for joining us for this very, very timely panel on smart and resilient cities in a time of COVID. I think we've heard a lot about COVID and coronavirus recently, and as much as we'd probably all like a little bit of a break from it, we can't avoid it. As Martin mentioned, I'm Brooke Flanagan, and I work at EUROCITIES with Annalisa, who you've just heard from, in the areas of smart city and environment. So as we are entering into, or indeed in many places are in the midst of a second wave of coronavirus in Europe, it's really easy to become a bit despondent about the situation and feel like it's all a little bit overwhelming. But thankfully, Annalisa has ended her intervention on a positive note, one expressing hope for our cities and citizens in coping with and managing the pandemic and ultimately recovering from it when that time comes. So on this note, I'd really like this panel to take this hope that has been expressed to the next level, and that is around action. It's the actions that cities can, and in many cases are taking, to become smarter and more resilient and to support their citizens through this very difficult time, as they're dealing with so many different challenges that not only the pandemic is throwing at them on a daily basis, but also the other challenges that Annalisa mentioned, things like climate change, which is one that's very close to my heart. As we often talk about smart cities, and as is the focus of this event, but we're also increasingly talking about resilient cities, especially now, and also how does being a smart city contribute to resilience, but also how can smart cities be resilient? They're not automatically interchangeable, so these are important things. And then how do these things, smart, resilience, but also technology, data, processes, organizational culture, behavior, a systemic approach, how do all of those things really help cities respond to COVID as best that they can? In Europe, we're obviously here in the second wave, and we hope that it is the final wave. But we want to find out here today what cities have learned so far from their experiences and how that can support other cities in how they're dealing with the situation, not just of COVID, but also beyond that. A resilient city isn't just about dealing with the crisis that's in front of it, but is about looking at crises, potential crises that are ahead. So hopefully we'll come out of this with some concrete actions for other cities and really learn from each other in exchange here. We have an excellent panel for you today, as you can see there. I will introduce each of our speakers individually before their intervention, just so you know what to expect. We have around a 5-minute intervention from each of our speakers here, and then we'll go into a panel discussion, which will largely be me asking questions of our speakers, but if there are any other questions, then they will be coming through here as well, and we'll try and put those to our panel. So we have Martin Brynskov from OASC, Lina Liakou from Resilient Cities Network, Naomi Sonneveld from the city of Rotterdam, and Piero Pelizzaro from the municipality of Milan. So I will go to Martin first in running order. Martin is the chair of Open and Agile Smart Cities and is probably well known to many of you here today. And he's also associate professor at the University of Aarhus. He specializes in many things smart cities, including IoT, urban interaction design, and mobile media. So Martin, I'll hand it over to you now for your intervention.
Thank you very much, Brooke. Do you hear me well?
Yes, we do.
And thank you, Annalisa, by video for the very nice words. I liked solid, crisis, imagination, innovation, shit, and hope. I think they are all essential elements of what we are in right now. And I think also actually many of them, if not all, have characterized the work that we have done as a community of cities and communities over the past years, right? So, I mean, we were aware that the world were in crises, in plural, many crises. Of course, there's the climate, but there's also geopolitical stuff going on. There's social issues, migration, and trying to find new balances in a quite dynamic world. So this challenge overall of how to achieve these balances, the solidity, probably also based on a solidarity, is continuing to be a challenge. Now, some things have happened, I think, on the action part. If we look at the European Union and sort of the extension of what the SCIS project has been exploring, quite a lot of resources now set about in the recovery and resilience facility, which actually dwarfs other budgets such as the Horizon budget, etc. And it's quite interesting to think about then what can communities, including cities, do internationally in making sense of the situation and also act sensibly on behalf and with the citizens together across borders. It's not an easy task, and it's certainly in the European context not something that can just be mandated and, you know, just do this and it'll all be fine. So the question is, what can we do individually as persons, as communities, as countries, even as continents together that will work together so that we are more resilient short term for the shocks, long term for the preparations. I'd like to pick up on one thing that Annalisa also mentioned, the livingin.eu initiative, which is exactly coming together in solidarity, not just focusing on what is the immediate concerns for our community, but also to see how can we actually help each other much quicker achieve the robustness, the resilience, the solidity. And there are, in this initiative, 5 commitments. So there's something about how do we finance it. There's certainly technical issues, there's legal, there's skills capacity building, and how do we monitor and measure our interventions. So from my side, I'm dedicating quite a lot of my time, the organizations that I work in and with, to finding what are these mechanisms that actually we can employ locally, on a regional, on a national, on a continental, on a global level, where we don't have to, you know, micro-organize everything and doing it in the same way, at the same time, exactly for the same purpose even. But when we do it together, there is still, we are building resilience. So I'm quite keen to discuss what are the concrete mechanisms. I'm focusing very much on the technical, where we can actually share data, exchange our ability to govern in almost real time, to react. Because I think COVID has shown us that without good understanding, without good data sharing practices to deliver services to our citizens, to each other and to the world, to monitor and measure our green let's say impact or reduced footprint or improved interventions, we need data and we need ways of sharing them. So I'd very much like to share some thoughts on that. But thanks for the invitation to come here and participate.
Thank you very much, Martin, and I no doubt we'll be back to you to pick up on many of those threads as we go through our panel discussion after our interventions. Next up, we have Lina Liakou. Lina is the Global Director of Engagement and Knowledge and Head of Europe and Middle East at Resilient Cities Network. She leads the resilience practice in Europe and the Middle East and is responsible for the organization's global governance, city engagement and knowledge. And prior to this, she also has experience as Deputy Mayor and Chief Resilience Officer for the city of Thessaloniki in Greece. So a lot of experience to share there as well. Lina, over to you.
Thank you, Brooke. Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. Just for context, the Resilient Cities Network builds on the legacy of the 100 Resilient Cities program and partnership with our global community of cities and chief resilience officers, and Piero is here, and Naomi as well, is delivering urban resilience through collective action, knowledge sharing, seeking to inspire, foster, and build resilience around the world. So I'm going to focus a bit on the resilience piece, and I think that Annalisa kind of framed it very nicely, and she created a very nice narrative. What does resilience really mean? Because it is kind of like the word of the hour. So resilience is the ability of a city not only to survive, but thrive in the face of the different kind of challenges and disasters. And I think that the current health pandemic told us that the capacities that the cities need to survive and thrive includes a lot of many different things. Whether this is, robust infrastructure that allows parents to work from home or children to attend school, health systems with sufficient capacity and redundancy, an inclusive society, transparent leadership, informed decision-making. But also this crisis reminded us how more vulnerable we all are, and more vulnerable than we thought we were. So we need to actually radically improve our capacity to predict, assess, reduce, and manage risk. And these are global problems, and the health pandemic is a global problem and actually requires this kind of global collaboration. So from the start of the crisis, we worked with our member cities and our chief resilience officers to try, first of all, to facilitate, credible knowledge sharing, create this kind of global dialogue, also going beyond the network, and also develop specific kind of actions and programs to support cities in their recovery. So based on the above, I would like to share a few let's say, emerging insights. And I took Brooke's kind of suggestion that we need to focus on the positive things. So I want to highlight, three main areas that I think kind of are interesting to identify and can actually improve our cities and our way of living in general. So one element is, I think there is a elevated importance around reflection and foresight. Looking back and looking forward. And a resilient city, foremost, learns from what has happened from before and actively changes and improves. And also a resilient city tries to predict and understand not only what currently is happening, but also what are like the future trends and the mega trends that are coming. And there's a great example from our member city, Cape Town, where they had the recent drought a few years ago. They did a reflection exercise actually after the drought. With the beginning of this crisis, they immediately went back to that. They understood how they worked, what didn't work. And actually, this reflection process helped them to better self-organize and act much quicker than any of the other surrounding cities, or a lot of cities, especially in that region, while at the same time actively taking a very robust reflective process within their municipality from the beginning. So reflection, and Greater Manchester is doing something similar, reflection is part of the management of the crisis that actually builds on the resilience of the future, in a sense, of the city. Same goes for foresight. And again, this is where data, both in the reflection and the foresight, is important and is critical, and try to understand what are the right tools to do it is important. Another interesting case is, for example, Pune in India, where they used an online spatial tool for mapping and analyzing dynamic data and understanding, like hotspots. This again was a legacy from SARS that they picked up and they used in this kind of pandemic. So it is important to try to ensure how we institutionalize ensure institutional knowledge within our societies through what we are going through currently. The second element that I would like to highlight that I think is very interesting is the spatial differentiations within cities and how this had been highlighted from COVID I mean, we knew them before, but I think this is much more prevalent now, especially, you know, how we worked at the neighborhood scale, how this kind of blanket measures cannot always address the needs of the populations, the changing vulnerabilities within the communities and the neighborhood scale. And we've seen very interesting also examples, you know, even this kind of 15-minute city that Paris initiated and many other cities are looking at, in a sense, try to address this aspect and trying to see the community and the neighborhood scale as a kind of a unique structure. And I think that issues around, in general, social equity have been put in the map for good. And again, we kind of were aware of that, I think all, but we kind of, in many cases, you know, we hid that under the carpet. I think at this point, whether this is gender, whether this is racial discrimination, spatial poverty, I think these are at the center of the attention. And in the end of the day, I think there is an opportunity to kind of, for the cities to kind of address the social issues and kind of change the way they are governed, kind of rethink even our local democracy in a way. The third element is there is a momentum to push resilience forward. And by resilience, you know, I mean the way that we incorporate and understand risk within, how we ensure that we have multiple benefits in the different investments we do, that we don't create additional risk. And I see resilience as the protective tissue for our cities to be able to move forward with these big changes and transitions, you know, the climate and the digital, because the resilience in that case is able to protect the city and not sidetrack it from what is its goal, but also to ensure that we don't create unconsciously additional risks as we are moving forward with these transitions. The last element is, especially in the piece of recovery, we're seeing amazing innovations from cities that actually can become great legacies as we move on, especially around urban innovation. London has created a dedicated resilience fund to support innovation among businesses and to ensure that they are better prepared for future emergencies. We've seen cities such as Barcelona trying to support the digital transformation of their local economies, Tel Aviv taking advantage of their startup community and scaling up you know, innovations that have been created by the startups. And of course, we see all this kind of change and rethinking of the public space, but the pedestrianizations, reducing the car space, which in the end of the day, regardless of the pandemic, will make our cities a better place. And there's a lot of discussions that COVID has changed the way we see cities and cities are obsolete. I think this is an easy assumption. I think it is up to, I wouldn't say all of us, I would say all of us, but also to the city representatives, the city leaders, especially since we have many in this panel, and I assume online, that this is an opportunity to rethink our land uses, densities, urban mobility, and COVID has created a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reset. And it is important for authorities to listen to the community and promote this kind of collective innovation, while at the same time ensuring, you know, we protect our rights and protect our most vulnerable. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Lina. There's a lot of food for thought in there, and really highlights how all-encompassing resilience is in the discussions and the planning that cities need to do on a sort of, you know, immediate and long-term basis. Right, next up, we are going from those who are working very closely with cities on smart city solutions and resilience to actual cities who are implementing a lot of these things. So next up, we've got Naomi Sonneveld. Naomi is Deputy Resilience Officer at the City of Rotterdam, and is involved with the implementation of the resilience plan for Rotterdam, and she's going to talk us through some of that now. Over to you, Naomi.
Yes. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm very excited to tell you a bit more about our Resilient City program, and also that we just started with our working together with our Smart City program, and actually really started to discover how we can strengthen one another. Yeah, my name is Naomi Sonneveld, and work for the Resilient Rotterdam team. Our real goal is to make our city resilient against shocks and stresses. And we launched our first strategy in 2016. We have 7 objectives, and one of those objectives was making our port city more cyber resilient. But next to those 7 objectives, there was not really, SMART was not really on the agenda yet. So we now also have a smart city program, and they focus on 3 pillars: digital infrastructure, digital economy, and digital ecosystems. And interestingly enough, before COVID, we were aware of each other's programs, but we're not really working together. And COVID has really shown us how, well, the many opportunities, how smart technologies could really help make the city more resilient. Well, one of those examples is this app. It's a smart technology used to analyze movement patterns. The app is called Spot Rotterdam, and we were actually the first to launch it within the Netherlands. And it gives the citizens a way to make better decisions, because you can see where the crowded places are and where it's less crowded. And it also gives you alternative safe routes. For example, if you want to go grocery shopping. So that's actually an example how smart technology gets into action and, you know, contributes to making citizens more resilient. But as I already said, we just started this journey together, and there are still a lot of blind spots. Actually, we have to discover what is our common language, where do we intertwine, where can smart really help, and also where does it clash. So if we talk about resilience, of course, we think about shocks and stresses. And in the context of a shock, as you see here, flooding, how can a smart technology really be useful? Or is it maybe more useful in the context of stresses, wherein you can really develop an early warning system, for example? So yeah, we still have a lot of questions. Started working together, and I think a really important note is to emphasize is that smart doesn't necessarily mean resilient. So in order for us to really go forward, we needed to agree upon that. And see smart technologies as a mean to really become more resilient.
Thanks, Naomi. That was very useful, and also a really important point, I think, for everyone there, that resilience also isn't a destination. It's not the end point. You know, it's a bit like sustainability as well. You know, it's not really, it's a way of being, it's a culture, it's a behavior, it's ingrained and embedded in everything that you do, rather than we have a plan and we've implemented it, therefore we're resilient. So I think that's a really important point to take from that, amongst many others. So thank you. Next up, a man who probably needs no introduction, but he'll get one anyway. Piero Pelizzaro. Piero is the Chief Resilience Officer at the Municipality of Milan. And for anyone working in Smart Cities and Communities Lighthouse projects, you're also familiar with Piero through his role as city lead on Sharing Cities. He also has many other roles, including as an advisor to the Italian Ministry of Environment, Land and Sea on urban adaptation policy to climate change. Milan has obviously been pretty close to the epicenter of a lot of the challenges of COVID in Italy, both earlier this year and as we speak. So Piero will, I think, have some very recent experiences to share with us as well. So Piero, over to you.
Hi, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation. Well, we as a city and as a professional, we always try to define what is smart and resilience in a city. And smart, we consider smart as the hardware, and the resilience, well, resilience is the hardware, and as smart as the software of the city. So in the concept that you can have all the infrastructures that the infrastructure is now facing different kind of shock and stress, and then you have to deal with it, and you have to activate a community using it in a better way. So if we look at the smart and resilience during the COVID, we have seen that a lot of our intervention that we have done over the last few years has all the platform for sharing economy, the digital agenda that we have implemented, so it's all the smart policy we have done as one of the key elements to become a resilience community over the first lockdown, early spring. I would say the first one, because since tomorrow we are going back to lockdown, as many other cities around Europe, and so the resilience that comes through, as Noemi was saying, it comes through the approach and the behavior of the population in being capable to use all smart technology and the smart practice that the city has been adopted over the last few years. I refer when we have to identify and which is the closest shop, so we start mapping and we start using the sharing economy and the collaborative economy. We have created a network for collaborative economy players that was really supportive to all the family that was at the beginning quite shocked by how they should approach the new way of consumption and food buying and so on. At the same time, being capable to move more than 13,000 public servants in smart working in few days. It was also something unbelievable that comes through the capacity of my colleagues and all the other public servants working for the cities to be capable to adapt to a new way of working and living. And then it was also thanks to the fact that we had an interoperability platform implemented as a cities that help us to process all the kind of needs we had over the last few months. On the other hand, smart and resilience, it's even what we are looking for the next step, because now we are speaking about the time of COVID that is normally over the emergency, but the new situation we are facing here in autumn is taking together two kind of elements. We have to look at the new emergency, so how to deal with the community and all the increase of poverty and the need of reduce the food poverty as the energy poverty. And then we have learned a lot from springtime, so that it could be really helpful. But at the same time that we deal with emergency, we already start implementing and planning the recovery phase. And then here is when we need to really to be smart and resilient as a city, as a community, and be capable to not decide to go only for one, but to taking together both emergency and recovery. I remember when we started discussing in spring with Lina and the other colleagues from the other resilient cities, that we were always saying we should start thinking about the recovery after when the emergency ends. Now the emergency, we realize that it's not ending. It could come back also next spring. But at the same time, we have to face one of the most impactful crises that the humanity has never seen. I think after the Second World War, it could be something that it's even more impactful for the community. So being resilient now is being capable to use all the smart approach to manage the emergency, but already start thinking and planning the future. So, and here come three main elements we are looking. It's the digital transition, the environmental transition, and inclusive policies. These are the three pillars for the recovery for us, but at the same time are also the opportunity we have to implement action that could be helpful to support at the same time the emergency at this stage. So that is my little contribution, and thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Piero. Right, we have a short period of time for some questions. I wasn't super ruthless with timekeeping on your initial interventions because they're all very interesting, and I think it was very good to have everyone be able to input there. I think this is probably a question. I don't really want to try and ask questions of everyone, but this is one for everyone, which is really, what are the key factors or conditions, do you think, for creating smart and resilient cities? I might start with you, Piero, given you've just finished. You know, what do you think the factors are, say top 3 at most, of creating a smart, resilient city? This can be, I think it's difficult to really answer this question in the context of either emergency or sort of longer term, but take your pick in which one.
Just the 3 facts, you mean that too?
You can have 1 or 3, just some of the key factors. To
create, well, it's starting that the first one is that you start from the community and not from technology and not from infrastructure.
Yeah.
And I think it's the key element, because the community will be who is the beneficiary of a smart cities, but at the same time are the people that have to create the smart cities, because they know what they need, and we need to be capable to listen. Second one, I think that public administration should be seen themselves as enabler and not as someone that is imposing solutions. So we should be able to enable smart and resilient solution in the community, creating a legal framework that could help to facilitate the test and the using of new technology on the side, and on the other end, to give the opportunity to the community to working together and not as individuals, because we need to create a group of people that are working there. And the third one, I think it's having always what we call the transversal approach to smartness. So when there is, in terms of players, so it's not something exclusive of the public sector or the private sector, but it's public and private and the community together move in the same direction on the other end, and see the indirect benefits that we can create on this. So the digital transition is creating a huge impact on environmental transition as well. And the digital solution, if are accessible to all of us, to all the community, could also facilitate inclusive. And I want to highlight, and I'm a critic on this, that looks, going for learning from distance as the pupil in schools, to become something that it's something easier, we need to be sure that every kind of pupils, everyone, every boy, every girl, have the same capability and to have the same access to internet and to the laptop. So even I think we believe, and I'm thinking that the third fact, that we should start thinking if internet and the net has become a public goods and not something only dealt by the privates. So we should think about European internet for all of us to get free access to all the people and the population.
Thanks. I think, yeah, that infrastructure point there is super important. Just to move around, Martin, your views on the sort of key conditions or factors for creating smart and resilient cities?
First of all, I fully agree with everything you said, Piero. So I would say this is the starting point, starting with the community. But then what do communities do together? Certainly, we don't want to reinvent the wheel in every local place. So what is it that we can very quickly provide to a lot of communities across Europe and perhaps, in fact, globally? So I think there are some technical mechanisms that are different from the big platforms that just come and you take them or leave them, but are can be appropriated by communities in different ways. So I think we in Europe need to settle on some minimal common ground. And that, of course, needs to be developed and backed and proposed, I think, even by the communities. So that's one thing. The next thing is we need to facilitate that process, right? I mean, like you have with the Resilient Cities Network, like we have with EUROCITIES and OASC and then so on. That facilitation does not just happen. So that needs to be facilitated. And then I think we need to learn because and be patient, because this will be, you talk about the digital transition, transformation, the green, so on. This will take time. This will take decades. So we are rewiring our, not just public sector, but our societies. So I think we also have to have really the long-term perspective there, not just thinking that we can fix this overnight.
Thanks, Martin. Yes, timing is always the challenge, because obviously we've got these several immediate crises before us with COVID and climate change that's not going to wait around for us. So, but yes, it does, as you say, take time. So I think we're probably also operating on different timescales for different challenges as well. Naomi, do you want to come in on some factors for smart and resilient cities from your experience in Rotterdam?
Yeah, of course. Well, as I already said, we are just starting to discover how those two programs, like this Resilient City program and Smart program, really, what does it mean? So I think it also starts with understanding each other's world and understanding each other's language, really, because our programs, they both have their own focus. We work in different clusters. We have our own way of speaking. So, just a very practical one is to start create a common language and a common narrative where we really seek common ground. Another one that I think is very important is to, whenever you have some smart interventions, to really reflect on it, to realize that putting sensors in your city, it has consequences, and to really reflect on what are those, and do we really want that? Because it's an important question to ask: who gains from these technologies? If it's only one certain group, is that really resilient? So, and another one is to understand how digital and physical infrastructures intertwine with one another, especially talking about vital infrastructure. For example, in Rotterdam, we are 6 meters below NIP. If our groundwater systems are very reliable, very relying on smart systems only, well, if there's a power outage, we would be screwed. So understand how they intertwine, and also put resilience in your design process of creating your infrastructure.
That's some very, very good points there around communication and understanding what the implications are for different groups of what you're doing. And as you say, also, it's a behavior and a culture. It needs to be embedded rather than just, an afterthought. It needs to be part of what you're doing on a daily basis. Lina, finally for you, it's kind of a case of building on top of each other's points here. So any thoughts from you on the sort of key factors for smart and resilient cities?
The only thing that I would like to add, because I think most of my points were covered. Look, I think Milan and Rotterdam are great cases, but we need to also be aware of all the other secondary, smaller cities that have the ambition, but actually don't have the capacity internally. So I think on top of all of this, it is important that we support, whether this is the Commission, the different, the national governments, the organizations, such as the ones that Martin and myself are representing, how we support the smaller cities and the cities that have the ambition but don't have the way in building the capacity and building the necessary governance arrangements within to actually move this multi-generational transition forward.
Yes, very useful as well. And I think that's, also one of the important things in this sort of process and of SCIS, in really sharing all of these lessons learned as well to help others build that capacity. But it's always a challenge to have that in smaller cities. Unfortunately, we're coming to the end of our time here. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes before I wrap up, just to ask you all one thing. If you were to make a recommendation or some advice, following on from Lina's point, to a city who's starting out on this journey, that they haven't really given much thought to smart technology or smart solutions or data platforms, or indeed about resilience, although I'd be surprised that too many aren't thinking about it given the current situation, but they're starting out on this. What's one piece of advice that you would give them? We'll go backwards this time. Lina, would you like to start?
that they are responsive to the actual needs of the city and their citizens, and that it's not just a trend and a word that because it's trendy they want to follow.
Naomi.
That's a really good one because, you know, those are such hot topics. Resilience and smart are everywhere right now. But I would say put resilience first, like see smart as a mean to become more resilient.
Excellent. Martin?
So no Piero, but
Piero's coming next. I'm going backwards.
I think it's quite obvious that you should realize you're not alone. So join the communities, join the networks, and especially I would recommend you to join the livingin.eu initiative. It's free and it has all the things we heard here and heard Annalisa refer to on the table, very focused. So that would be my recommendation.
Excellent. And Piero?
Well, there's something disruptive that we should not stop defining what we are doing, but looking at the community as the needs of the community. So it doesn't matter if you are smart or resilient, but as soon as you promote the inclusiveness and the equity among the community, you are making for sure something smart and something resilient.
Excellent. I think we've got some common themes there. I think very much about the community, responding to community's needs, involving the community in the designing of your city and the implementation of these things, and also making sure that you learn from the experiences of others as well. And I think I'm about to get cut off, so I'd just like to thank everyone once again for joining us, for participating. Thank you to Martin, Lina, Piero, and Naomi for your contributions. I think that was incredibly useful and a lot of food for thought. And hopefully everyone who's listening, thank you, but also hopefully that you will be now taking inspiration from this and going to learn more about these different areas and go forth on your journey of bringing your community in to become a smart and resilient city. So thank you very much, everyone, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you all.
One of the biggest challenges we all face in smart cities is replication. If an innovation works and is doing well in one city, how can we transpose that, or key elements of that, how can we replicate those innovations in other cities? And this is very much what we need to do, create a snowball effect, get that replication working, but it's extremely hard to do. To introduce us to the topic of replication, it's my great pleasure to introduce you to Mauritz. Good morning, Mauritz. Nice to have you with us.
Good morning.
Now, Mauritz is sitting in the middle of Finland, so very far up north. He is the IRIS Smart Cities project. He's the vice chair of the Replication Task Group and the project manager in Vaasa city up there in northern Finland. Mauritz, with your experience of replication and your position within the Replication Task Force, what would you say helps most in replication? Is it finance or guidance or a ready-made solution or something else? What for you is the key to replication?
Well, as you mentioned, money is always nice, and it's easier to do things if you have money. And if you look on a global scale, you also see that countries who are maybe more wealthy, they have also more applied technology and maybe also more solutions regarding smart cities. But we of course, we want to be able to replicate everywhere. And so I would say that guidance is very essential. And guidance on what it means, how to do it, and just help as much as possible in kind of telling the story of smart cities and how they benefit everyone. Then, of course, as you said, not maybe solutions that are copy-paste ready or that you could implement as is, but maybe, as I said, we need to know that the solutions really help the fellow cities. So the question we get from our mayors and decision makers and politicians is, well, the first thing they ask, what does it cost and what is the impact? So they pretty much want euros per emission tons or something like that. So that's pretty much how we need to know. And so having these projects and smart cities selling the solution, not just selling the solution itself, but selling in the solution. Why is it good?
No, excellent. And I think those are two very good points. As you were saying, mayors need to know what's the cost, but also what's the impact. And I think that's a very clear message. Now, you're in Vaasa is a fellow city. But you're also working very closely together with the lighthouse projects. Do you see a difference of approach or experience when you're working with other fellow cities and when you're working with the lighthouse project cities?
I do, and there's quite a lot of differences in how we help each other. So when we talk with other fellow cities, we kind of share the same challenges. And one of the challenges that we have that maybe the lighthouse cities not always realize and understand is that in these projects, it's usually just a handful of people in the fellow cities working with the project. They have to engage their whole organization and all of their stakeholders. It's a gigantic job to do to kind of get the ecosystem ready for replication. And what we need from the beginning of these projects, and that is sometimes forgotten, is just marketing material. How do we sell in these projects, these solutions, what's being done in the projects? How do we sell it in to our decision makers, our politicians, our stakeholders, our companies, to get them interested, motivated to start studying the demonstrations, the solutions being done in the lighthouse cities? So that kind of the challenges that we can share among the fellow cities. How do we do these things the best? While when you're looking at lighthouse cities, it's more like getting to know as much as possible about the demonstrations, about the solutions, how they are done, and also how they were set up, how they were financed, and so on. So there's a difference there, absolutely.
Right. I think you make an extremely interesting point that as a fellow city, there's only a small group of you, and you need to talk to the mayor, the different political classes, different people in the administration to really advocate and push things forward. So that's definitely a big challenge in replication. Thank you for raising that. You also have a role as the vice chair of the replication task group. Looking ahead to 2021, what are you looking forward to? What would you say are the big challenges, or what are your goals in the coming years?
Yeah. I think there is going to be some presentation discussion during this day more regarding the task group replication, but I can mention a few things that I see, at least personally, as very, very important in the coming years and the coming times. One is sharing experiences. That's what we have tried to do as much as possible. We have had lighthouse cities sharing how they work with replication, but also fellow cities, how they have worked with replication, and especially if anyone has succeeded, what did they do right? But also, what have they learned during the way? What is not replication for them? Or what does replication actually mean when it comes to, well, when it comes to results, to really get something done? So sharing as much as possible. And also looking into how can we share this information and knowledge outside the task group to all of the fellow cities and all of the people involved that need to get this information. The other thing we'd like to do in task group replication is then identifying the cream. Someone mentioned it yesterday during a very interesting part of the program. They said that finding the cream in all these projects. There's so much information being generated. And this year, I think so many webinars. I think there have been hundreds of webinars, and you could work full time just watching webinars. So finding really the most important things, the cream, as said, distill it into information that's more easily accessible, kind of organize it, and then distributing it to all the people involved in task group application, as they also can then distribute it outside the task group. So I think those two things would be, at least in my focus, during the coming years.
Very good. So that's quite a clear focus for the coming years. Now, you're based in Finland, and as we were talking just before we went online, you were saying that you're very much in the middle of Finland, but you're working with cities all the way down in the south of Europe and to the east and the west. Do you perceive different approaches or attitudes towards smart cities or the way that replication happens, depending on where people are geographically in Europe?
Absolutely, and that's one of the challenges that we do see is, if you first look at north and south, there's a big difference is that when it comes to energy, a lot of it about energy, especially the built environment in the Nordic countries up north, is of course heating. And then when you go south, you kind of turn the table and it's more about energy going towards cooling. And that affects the whole energy systems and energy flexibility, and when you need energy, when it's possible to harvest renewables, when is the sun shining, and so on. So it's kind of hard to find then solutions that would work for both the north and the south. And another interesting trend that you can see is also where the lighthouse cities are and where the fellow cities are. And that's more east and west issue. There are a lot of fellow cities in the east, a lot of lighthouse cities in the west. And both these things kind of play into the challenges that we have in exchanging knowledge and solutions and how we do these things. But it has been identified and it's quite clear trends. So it's also a great possibility and opportunity for us to take hold of these things and do something interesting with them.
Okay, now that's very interesting. And just a very quick thought on communication between north, south, east and west. Obviously, we're having to work in lots of different languages. Does that create a particular challenge for replication?
I think you hit the nail on the head there as well. Another very interesting observation is, of course, the language barriers. And we see these every day in the work that we do, is that on a higher level, the communication can be done in English and it works very well. But when you go into a lot of smaller countries and also when you work with local stakeholders and also maybe politicians and decision makers, you do start finding a lot of people who rather not communicate in English. And especially if you want to lobby a solution in a city to get it financed, get it into the budgets, into the strategies of the city, then you need to kind of translate all the material that you get and to be able to distribute them. And that's a barrier. I think it's a larger barrier than we might have realized before, because in the lighthouse cities, we also know seen that the demonstrations, they have a lot of information in their local language or national language. That information then is kind of shortened and translated into English, distributed to the fellow cities. And then again, that kind of shortened version needs to be again translated to the local language. And on that journey, you kind of lose out on a lot of valuable information. And it takes a lot of resources as well. And again, the fellow cities, they don't have, for example, they don't have a budget for buying services. And like external services, which often translation services are, which means that they won't be able to translate it themselves. So you really hit on a very kind of difficult topic and something that takes a lot of effort to do well.
Great. Well, Mauritz, thank you so much for being very honest about those. And I think if we're to get replication right, then we do need to have an honest discussion and just say where the problems are. So thank you very much for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are not finished with the topic of replication by any means. That was an introduction to it. And what we would like to do is now invite you to choose one of two breakout groups that will continue to discuss this issue of replication. You can see those links to the groups below me. And in room 1, there is the topic of solutions and lessons learned in relation to replication. And then in room 2, we're looking specifically at monitoring and data capturing, key elements also in replication. So I would like to thank Mauritz again for his introduction to this topic. And ladies and gentlemen, I would encourage you now to choose one of the two breakout rooms below. Solutions and lessons learned, room 1, monitoring and data capture in room 2. Please go there now. Thank you very much. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed those sessions on replication. And that brings us to an end of the activities for this morning. We are about to go into the lunch break, but as yesterday, if you don't want to eat lunch alone and if you want to engage and explore a bit more, then we would like to invite you today to go and meet the action clusters. And once again, you can find the links to the action clusters below. But what are these action clusters about? Well, we have 6 topics, and I'm going to read them off very quickly. The first is the citizen-focused action cluster. And if you're interested in citizens as fundamental actors for the regeneration and development of smart cities, then please go to that action cluster. The business models and finance action cluster is a platform for the accelerated development of smart cities and smart city markets. If you're interested in those markets, then please go to that action cluster. The integrated infrastructure and process action cluster looks at integrating energy, transport, communication, and other infrastructure networks. And if that's of interest to you, please go there. The integrated planning, policy, and regulation action cluster is looking at the policies and the regulations that are needed to enable sort of a large-scale implementation and rollout of smart cities. The Sustainable Districts and Built Environment Action Cluster is looking at reducing energy use, environmental impact, and carbon footprint, whilst ensuring the social development and well-being of citizens. And if that's of interest to you, then please go there. And last but not least, the Sustainable Urban Mobility Action Cluster is matching cities and regions with companies for mobility solutions and replication. So lots of great opportunities to engage on a broad range of subjects. Go and have a look at those action clusters. You can find the links just below me. Otherwise, I wish you all a bon appetit, smakelijk eten, guten appetit, buen provecho, and we will meet everyone back here after the lunch break at 13:55 Central European Time. I hope to see you then for this afternoon's exciting agenda. Thank you very much.
renovation, we paid per year about 36,000 euros for heating, and now it is from 12,000 to 14,000. Yeah.
We are responsible for the dissemination part of the project, and we will make a film about this project on our territory. We will make conferences, but not only this, workshops with students to show good practices in our city.
I'm very, very proud that it has succeeded, and a great thanks for all participated on this project.
This site has been selected as a demonstration site for the Horizon 2020 European Union financed research project. A main sewer line, which is should be in the proximity, in order to provide the wastewater shaft with the necessary quantity of wastewater. The main parts are: number one is wastewater shaft, housing the filtering device and the wastewater pump, and the apparatus to letting in and letting out the wastewater. The number two is the heat exchanger room. There are located the specially designed thermowatt-made heat exchangers in order to harness the thermal energy from the wastewater to the technological water. And the number three is the heat pump room, when technological water is going into the heat pump and allowing the heat pump to provide the necessary heating or cooling for the building site. This is an operable, reliable system, providing the sufficient economical advantage with cheaper heating and cooling. In heating, we can provide maybe 20% cheaper energy, and in cooling, the economy could be even 30 to 35%. And of course, the wastewater temperature is a key element. So if the wastewater is too cold in winter or the wastewater is too hot in summer, the result will not be so brilliant. There should be a geographical opportunity to have a large enough wastewater main collector line and a big energy consumer building close enough to think about to realize our system. The better building is consuming almost continuously. For example, a hospital work 24 or 7 days continuously, so it is very useful to our return on investment because big quantity of energy is used.
biggest goal of the European Commission is to reduce the greenhouse gases emission of 80% till 2050. With our project, we provide the solution which can allow to step by step achieve this goal. So in the Heat for Cool project, we have 3 types of solution which will be developed. One is the air source heat pump, which is supported by photovoltaic installations which provide the electricity for the heat pump. And the second solution is the gas adsorption heat pump, which will be supported by solar collectors. We simply do not replace the existing installations, but provide some integration with renewable energy sources. One of the biggest projects in innovation is a self-correcting intelligent building energy management system, which is a system to control and monitor this integration. The citizens involved are the tenants of the building, so we made the interviews in each apartment to know what are the needs of the tenants, for example the time when they are home or when they are outside of the building, so we can adjust the work of the system to meet the thermal requirements, to make good thermal conditions for them. It's hard to tell people that the work of the machine can meet your, for example, thermal requirements for the apartment. We can achieve better economic impact of our project because we can, in the year, we can store some of overproduct electricity in the local grid and then use it when it is needed.
Response is to reduce the peak power at certain times during the day, and this can be done by controlling the heating, ventilation and air conditioning systems. Along with the lighting, the main issue is related to people. They did not know what to expect, so we had to inform them. The main challenge for us was to attract the occupants, but then if we showed them the decrease in the energy use, the peak power reduction and the potential money that not they but the building can achieve, they voluntarily involved. We only have one legal and political issue, is that we don't have a demand response energy market in place here in Romania. So in all our experiments we simulated this market. We receive signals to perform demand response events from the energy market, which is simulated. We receive the signals from the UK partner. He decides when to trigger a demand response event, but he decides looking at the Romanian load curve, energy use, and at the temperature here. Then we have to collaborate with the technical staff here in the university. The most important is that we have to inform the people in the buildings about the events, and also to try to involve them. We need their involvement, especially in the student hostels, because if they involve, the impact, the benefit will be higher. So the idea is that we intend to replicate the project also for the public buildings belonging to the city municipalities here. Then, of course, we intend that the outcome of this project to be a business model, if the energy market for the demand response will be legalized, that can be replicated in the whole country. Personally, I work in energy efficiency since 2005, and during this time I also noticed climate changing. So I think this is mainly due to our interventions, to human interventions in the nature, in the environment. So climate is changing, we are changing, and we can change things. And if me, if you, if more people will do this and are doing this, we will have an impact for our generation and maybe for the future generations.
Town was founded in 1275. Nowadays it has a lot of old Soviet-built buildings without any insulation, without very good automatics, without ventilation systems. So our idea was to renovate our buildings to minimize energy consumption. Our partners from Model Project help us to create our local software for Latvia. It's called Deca tool. Main purpose of the software is to create model for district where we can see today's energy consumption as electrical as heating consumption, and using this software we can create model how to renovate all district. We can use packages what is included in this program, technologies like insulation, ventilation systems, solar panels, wind systems, and using these technologies we can see how our energy consumption will be minimized. We have a very modern heating system here. Every flat have heating radiators with regulators, so you can regulate your temperature from minimal to maximal as you wish. It is one of the energy efficient building in the Daugavpils. So our idea in Modern is to make all buildings in Daugavpils district as this one. This is our world, this is our life. We have to think about renewable energy resources, so our planet have to be green.
Mä koen ainakin itse sähköauton käyttämisen paljon helpommaksi kuin bensakäyttöisen tai dieselkäyttöisen auton. Se oli erittäin helppo ottaa haltuun ja lataaminen, se on edullista käyttää sähköä, paljon edullisempaa kuin bensiiniä et meidän tarpeisiin se oli niin kuin todella loistava vaihtoehto ja kyllä mä ainakin tämän kokemuksen myötä niin on sitä mieltä, että jos meille joskus hankitaan auto, niin se tulee olemaan sähköauto.
No, yhteiskäyttöautossa on se hyvä puoli, että kun siinä on paljon ihmisiä mukana, niin silloin voidaan jakaa niitä työtehtäviä ja auton huoltoon ja hoitoon liittyviä asioita sen mukaan, että kuka osaa mitäkin. Eli ei tarvitse itse osata teknisiä asioita, kun voi kysyä joltakin toiselta esimerkiksi. Ja toki sitten siinä on se, että kustannukset jaetaan sen mukaan, että miten paljon autoa käytetään, tai meillä jaettiin kilometriperusteisesti, niin kulut myöskin jakautuu. Kaikista varmasti semmoinen paras oppi oli siitä, että oppi tietenkin kaikki naapurinsa tuntemaan hyvin ja sai heistä uusia ystäviä, mutta toisaalta se, että oppi myöskin sen, että kuinka pystytään asioita jakamaan ja sopimaan ja toisaalta ollaan myöskin sitten opittu, että voidaan jakaa muitakin asioita tässä taloyhtiön ihmisten kesken ja ollaan pystytty laajentamaan sitä näkökulmaa, että se ei ole pelkästään se auto, mitä jaetaan, vaan voidaan sitten tarjota muille naapureille lainaksi myöskin kaikkea muuta. Esimerkiksi lehtiä kierrätetään tai jos kasvimalta jää ylimääräistä, niin voidaan tarjota naapureille tai pyytää apua erinäköisissä asioissa. Et se ei ole pelkästään jäänyt se yhteisöllisyys siihen yhteisen auton käyttöön. Ja kyllä varmasti tässä niin kun ollaan keskusteltu siitä, että olisiko tämä yhteiskäyttöautomalli sopiva meille sitten semmoisille talouksilla, joilla sitä omaa autoa ei ole.
Esille, eli se latauspisteen oleminen siinä omassa pihassa, niin se helpottaisi, että vaikka meiltäkään ei ollut pitkä matka tuohon niin latauspisteelle, niin se, että se on omassa pihassa, niin se olisi varmaan niin tärkeä tämmöisen projektin onnistumisen kannalta. Sitten meillä oli käytössä niin kuin tämmöinen Google-kalenteri, josta me varattiin sitä autoa. Mutta olen kuullut, että on sellaisia sovelluksiakin olemassa, että millä sä pystyt niinku varaamaan sen auton ja sä pystyt samalla sillä kännykällä avaamaan sen auton oven. Eli tämmöiset niinku tietysti helpottaisi tämmöisiä niinku yhteiskäytöllisiä niinku projekteja.
Was it stressful? Yes. Was it tiring? Sometimes yes. But were we thrilled throughout the project? Yes, we were. We had some very tight schedule and all the activities were interdependent and interconnected. So it was really sometimes a hard job to coordinate everything, but I think that we managed to do it in a proper way.
All these systems, the main goal was on the beginning of the project was how to design the building which will have user-friendly interfaces to be easy to handle all these devices for ordinary people.
Through the exchange of ideas and own views, I think we always manage to find the right path towards the final goal. Without this, I think we would have come, let's say, to halfway, not to the point where we are at the moment, in a house, in a residential building that is functioning as it was planned to function. We have a lot of nearly zero energy buildings or passive houses on the scale of single family houses, or let's say two-story buildings and so on, and this one was really the first of such size.
It has a lot of systems integrated in the building, so the main things is the ventilating system with recuperation. We have somehow unique system with integrated cooling system for the summertime. Then we have the solar power plant on the top of the roof. We have the car chargers in the parking floor.
Good energy and environmental standard with excellent living, thermal, visual, indoor air quality conditions. That should be the goal, really. Not just following one aspect, but looking at the broader picture.
I think that that kind of buildings is the correct solution for the future cities, for the future smart cities, and I think that it will be the direction where the architecture, where the multi-residential buildings will go in the next years.
Many people say, yeah, it doesn't matter what you're doing in Sonneborg, it's such a small part, but I really think everyone has to do something, and yeah, as I said, I don't want to leave this world without having done something. We have some objects which we can do something about, and one of them is the transport. It has for years been an issue for us, and therefore we have been preparing this for a long period and saying next time we want to make it green. It is more expensive, and I'm happy that the city council said we want this and we're going to pay the extra money. We have been working on this Project Zero for 11 years now, and through that period there has always been an agreement, and therefore every time when we need to invest money, we do it.
Sonneborg has a vision of becoming zero carbon, probably more ambitious than most other European cities. Transitioning society into zero carbon is a huge challenge for every city. Green transportation, as we call it, is an even bigger challenge. So the biogas buses has a perfect fit with transitioning transportation. Every day the buses are fueled or charged, you might call it, with the biogas, and that will enable them to operate for one or several days. And there was an initial investment to build up that operational plant, but this is all done. And I think part of transitioning into the biogas buses have been this initial investment to mentally overcome the barriers, and then you can harvest for the lifetime, and for the next 10 years operational cost will be less. And these buses will remove 2,000 tons. District heating and PV plants will take their part. So we all have to look at ways and solutions to get there.
Even the city of Tampere is not the biggest city in the world. It's a middle-sized city in Europe. We do have some challenges in our transport system. For example, city of Tampere is located between two big lakes, and that gives us some challenges in order to provide a smooth traffic system.
And automated vehicles are part of the Stardust pilots. Robotic buses are planned to circle around the tramway hubs, and there is test network built together with Nokia. We are boosting up the e-mobility in Tampere. We are currently monitoring and following the operability of the e-buses, and data gets collected even in real time. And we are making then the evaluation of the energy savings and exhaust reductions. Then we have already pilot areas where we have automated cars running even already here in the city. The backbone of the smart public transportation system will be, of course, the tramway, which will be ready by the year 2021. And the busiest points along the tramway will be the smart hubs that will have the last mile, first mile system with robotic buses. There will be smart stops, smart tram stops with physical and digital services that make smooth everything.
Problem, du hast zu tun. Ich noch nicht. Ich glaube ja, also müsste an sein. Aber entspannt euch, also ich meine, jetzt müssen wir noch nicht hetzen. Hello and welcome back. I hope you had some time and chance to grab some lunch. Maybe even go into one of the action clusters and join some interesting conversations there. Of course, we also showed a couple of videos for you to watch while you eat and enjoy that over there. Just going quickly back into what we've already heard this morning, which was quite a lot, because we talked about smart cities and resilience in times of COVID-19. And there were some very interesting exchanges and discussions on that topic. Also, of course, the very important topic of replication, or as Martin said, replication, came up this morning. And there were two parallel sessions looking at the developed solution booklets, but also at monitoring and data capture. So there have been quite some things already happening this morning, but that's of course not yet the end. We still have some exciting things this afternoon planned for you. Especially we're going to look into the tales from the north, the south and the east. So we're looking at experiences from smart cities across Europe and maybe a bit outside of the Western European bubble, because there's, as you will see, a lot of interesting insights to gain from there. Also, of course, at the end of today's conference, we will have the wrap-up with 3 very interesting guests who will look into what has been discussed over the past 2 days and try to make a bit of sense of that and look forward into things that will come up in the next years. So I think that should give you a pretty good idea of why you should stay tuned for the coming hours. And but just before we go into it, I want to remind you, this is an interactive conference, so take the opportunity to post your questions in the questions and answers section just on the right hand side of your screen. You can of course also contact the teams in different ways, but the most direct way to get your answers today will be using that tool. Also, we will be using the Slido option, so the polls option, a couple of more times, so stay tuned to use those tools as well. Great. Then I would think we can now move into our next session, for which I will welcome a couple of speakers. So if you will be seeing and they will be joining me into this room, we'll have a couple of representatives of cities across Europe. We have, and you should see them now, Maria Bachmann, Diego Bruckhigar, Invanka, Pandelieva and Ernesto Faubel, who will be joining me in this room at the moment. I think we're still waiting for them to join me. But in a few seconds you will see them magically appear behind me. And you'll have them in a second. And we'll just wait for a few more moments. should be seeing them now. There they are. Great. Welcome everybody to this room and to this session. It's my honor to welcome you and to start the session on hearing your experiences from different cities across Europe, and specifically from the north, the south and the east, and to really get an exchange going from your experiences and how specific contexts can influence the implementation of smart city solutions, but also what we can learn from those different contexts and how different exchange mechanisms can work over there. Again, I want to remind everybody, you have a chance to pose questions to those 4 great panelists and ask your specific questions, because you will hear some interesting stories from those 4 cities. And I want to encourage you to take the opportunity to ask away. Ask your questions, post them in the Q&A section on the right-hand side of your screen. So first of all, I would love to introduce you to those 4 speakers. They will get time to introduce themselves, introduce their city, but also provide a bit of a description of what they did in the city or the project. And then, of course, after that, we'll get into a conversation between them to exchange and also hear their different opinions on a couple of matters. And that's the moment where we'll also take a couple of your questions. So first order, I would love to invite Maria Bachmann from the city of Vaasa. Maria, you're with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Maria, please go ahead and tell us a bit more about Vaasa and what you've done there.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I hope you will all hear me, and I will ask for my first slide. Can I ask Anon for some help?
Yes, it's coming.
Yes, thank you. My name is Maria Bachmann. I work as a strategy and project specialist for the city of Vaasa in Finland. The city of Vaasa, about 68,000 inhabitants, and in the whole region we have about 114,000 inhabitants. And this is a mid-sized city in Finland. The city of Vaasa is also a fellow city in the IRIS Smart City project, and we also lead the work package of Replication. The IRIS project is led by Utrecht, and the other lighthouse cities are Nice and Gothenburg. And we have Alexandropolis, Foxani, and Santa Cruz de Tenerife, as well as Vaasa as fellow cities. So you understand, I'm in the north, both in this discussion here today, as well as in the IRIS project. And this also means, you see the pictures there. In 1 month, in December 21st, we will have less than 5 hours or around 5 hours of daylight. We might have, hopefully, a lot of snow, and we will have -degrees. But 7 months from now, in June 21st, we will have more than 20.5 hours of daylight. The sun doesn't go down at all. We will have more than 20 degrees. So this is something, the context where I come from. Next slide, please. The city of Vaasa is not only full of spring, winter, summer, and different seasons, but we are also full of energy, and most of all, full of energy knowledge. We have the Nordic Energy Hub situated in Vaasa, the energy cluster, Energy Vaasa cluster, investing a total amount of 200 million annually in research and development. We only have 2% of the population in Finland. Still, we stand for 30% of the energy technology export from Finland, with 25% of the total manpower in the field of energy in Finland. Also, the export is very important for us. About 80% goes on export from Vaasa. This means we are a very international city, and what's unique for the city is the strong cooperation that we have in the area. So we have the energy cluster also inspiring the city and the region to be very proactive and innovative for when it comes to innovative solutions and energy and climate issues. And we have set very tough targets. The City Council just committed to that we will be a carbon neutral city by 2030. So this was a short introduction to the city of Vaasa. Thank you.
Maria, thank you for that insight to this very Nordic and special city, and as part of the IRIS project. Thank you. You will, as I said earlier, you will have later a chance to also get some answers from Maria if you pose your questions, of course. So please put them in the Q&A section of the website. Maria has already talked about the IRIS project, and we have somebody else from the IRIS project that participated, but coming from a very different region of Europe. So I would now like to give the floor to Diego for his short introduction to iCity. Diego, please.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Can you see me well?
Yes.
Great. Well, my name is Diego Bruck. I'm the general manager of the Sustainable Building Cluster Research and Development Organization here in the Canary Islands. We are the local partner of Santa Cruz de Tenerife municipality. Today we are speaking on their behalf. And also, of course, partners of the northern city of Vaasa. Well, Santa Cruz de Tenerife is one of the two shared capitals of the Canary Island region. And our size is medium size, like we do have 240,000 inhabitants. And the city has a very large biosphere reserve called Anaga. But what is more important, we do have a very mild weather, which affects the interest of the city and the possibilities. Well, for us as a territory, we need to analyze our local reality and define our own challenges in order to integrate the solutions proposed in the IRIS project. In order to do that, we do need to count on the local enterprises companies ecosystem and also to include the citizen engagement. In order to do that, we define some measures, some integrated solutions, which are subtly modified to be implemented in the local reality, and some are not possible to do it. What are the main motivation for us to be in the project? Well, apart from the fact that learning from other more experienced cities is very important for us, what I think is more important for the municipality and also for us as a cluster is the momentum generated by being part of the project. Being a part of this group of a large group of very well trained and experienced professionals and organizations help us to keep pushing and overcome the problems with solutions. So the main goal of the city today is mobility, as you may be familiarized with. Well, in the Santa Cruz de Tenerife, we are working on trying to reduce the private vehicle introduction in the city by means of promoting electrical vehicles, soft electrical vehicles as well, apart from, of course, e-buses or the normal vehicles fleet. But also, we want to improve mobility as a service solution with the bike renting or e-scooter and the pedestrianization of the city. But one thing I would like to highlight today is what differentiates us to the other partners, which is, as I said, the weather. For instance, Transitional Track 2 has an integrated solution regarding smart central heating. Well, we do not use heating at all in the Canaries, not at least in the city of Santa Cruz. So just we discharged this integrated solution. It wasn't for us. But on the contrary, we do need, for instance, to do retrofitting with social housing or public buildings. But the problem is, since we don't invest in heating, the payback of the investments is much longer, really much longer. So we do need to adapt. We cannot copy the solutions from other countries, from our lighthouse cities or even our fellow cities, because they don't match for us in the numbers. So, well, this is one of the things. On the other side, we do have, we profit from 4,000 even more hours of sun radiation every year. So that makes a lot of room for investment in PV. So on one side, we do have some limitations, but on the other side, we do have some benefits. So I hope this can give you a short view of our city and our interest in this smart cities project. And I will be happy to answer any question you pose later. Thank you very much for your attention.
And I really like that. Also, it's not that you're only in a project together, but we really can see the differences of the two cities just in your background. So that's quite nice, and thank you for putting that in place. So we've heard now tales or experiences from the north and from the south, but what about the east? Invanka, I would love to invite you to present us your city, and of course also why they've become part of an SCIS project.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me here to share our experience. I come from Sofia Energy Center, and we participate together with the city of Asenovgrad, Bulgaria, as partners in the SmartEnCity project. Asenovgrad is a follower city in the project. So here is some short presentation of the city. It's about 70,000 inhabitants. It's a mid-size city for Bulgaria. It's located in the south central region of Bulgaria. But what is peculiar for Asenovgrad is that the relief is very diverse, because part of the city is situated on the slope of a mountain, very beautiful mountain, you can see on the middle picture. And another part of the city is situated on a lowland where there is a lot of agriculture going on. So it's very mixed, I would say, relief and climate, and also economic activities, because there is also tourism in the mountain areas, also industry on the lowland. So it's a bit of everything around. So this is a short presentation of the city. On the last right-hand side, you can see this is the municipality building in the city. So it's the main square. In terms of climate, this is transitional continental with a mountainous part. These parts of the city that are in the mountain. In the winter, there is a lot of snow, but also a lot of sunshine. And in the summer, there is sunshine. We are not situated very far in the north. We are rather in the south of Europe. So there is sunshine, not that much as in Tenerife, I would say. But of course, we have this potential, and also potential for biomass, although most of these areas you see on the middle picture, it's protected areas. So wood cannot be cut and cannot be used for energy purposes, because it's protected under Nature 2000, this area. These are like natural reserves there. Why we participate in SmartEnCity project? Because we were attracted by the concept underlying in the project, and this is the concept of zero carbon city development. Asenovgrad is quite active in sustainable energy activities, signed Covenant of Mayors quite long ago, 2011. being implemented a lot of actions, Sustainable Energy Action Plan, and a lot of actions to reduce its carbon footprint, but there is a long way ahead. So the concept that is underlying SmartEnCity project is very interesting for us. This is zero carbon development. Of course, it's the long-term goal, or rather vision for the future. By the year 2050, shorter-term goals are, of course, less ambitious because we have a lot to do in order to reach this point. But the project is very interesting, both in terms of methodology, how we plan, how we include this in our planning, but also what solutions are mostly applicable and viable for our context in order to reach this goal. This is, of course, actions have been implemented in different areas within the SmartEnCity project. We, as a follower city, haven't done any hard investment, but we follow and watch closely what has been done in the lighthouse cities. And right now, we are in the process of including most suitable solutions in our future integrated energy planning. By the year 2027 is the horizon of the shortest actions. What is specific for us? Well, we have this former socialist context with a lot of prefabricated panel type buildings inherited from the past. These are residential buildings, but they are with many single owners because each apartment is owned by its inhabitant. So it's a major challenge for the city to refurbish this building stock because apart from the funding, which is always an issue, but apart from the funding, there are a lot of organizational issues because you need to have many small owners to agree on doing the refurbishment. And another big challenge for us is the transport sector, because there is a lot of commuting people from Asenovgrad to the neighboring town of Plovdiv, which is much bigger and attracts commuters. And there are traffic jams, and mobility and promotion of alternative transport means is very important for us. And the third, pillar in SmartEnCity for us is utilization of renewables, in particular solar and agricultural biogas, also from biogas from animal breeding, because there is a lot of activity like this going on around. So this is from my side. I would be happy to answer any questions at a later stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Invanka, and thank you for giving us that insight into yet another context that is very different from the two ones we heard earlier. And we're very happy to have those diverse perspectives in the call today. So thank you for joining us. And as you see, there is, of course, one person left. So Ernesto, you're joining us also from a more southern city, but maybe not as southern as Diego. So could you tell us a little bit more of your experience in Valencia and why you joined the Matchup project?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes. Well, good afternoon to everybody, and thank you for inviting me representing Matchup project in this interesting session. So first, I would like to give you some highlights about our city. Valencia is a nice city in the eastern coast of Spain. So it's a Mediterranean city. As you can see on the map, is the city with number 1 in yellow in Spain. Valencia is the third city in terms of population in Spain, with around 800,000 inhabitants, with a metropolitan area with 1.5 million, and we are the capital city of the region. So apart from that, our climate is well, it's more related to Canary Island one rather than Vaasa, of course, but we are not so tropical as Santa Cruz de Tenerife. So our climate is Mediterranean with hot summers and mild winters. In winter, it's very strange to have temperatures below 5 degrees Celsius. So most of the time we are around minimum 10 degrees in winter. In the city, we have a commitment with the innovation, and probably this is one of the main reasons to join this project, that we are in a way coordinating. So I'm going to give you some information about the project in a couple of minutes. But first, I would like to give you general information about the city. As I have just mentioned, we have a commitment with the innovation, and in fact, we have been finalists for the award for European Capital of Innovation. We were 6 cities in Europe with this situation being finalists, because we have a strategy for innovation based on missions aligned perfectly with the European strategy. And we have defined 4 models of city that could give you an idea about which are our priorities. First model of city is healthy city. Second, shared city. Third, sustainable city. And last but not least, entrepreneurial city for things related to economy. So apart from that, we are improving in terms of the use of renewables, and we have changed in the recent year the model for mobility, moving to a sustainable mobility. We are starting maybe too late related to other cities, but we are doing an effort now in the extension of the e-mobility. We are installing lots of e-chargers on the street as the rates for numbers of e-vehicles are growing. So we are creating now the infrastructure. And here in Valencia, I'm sure that we have one of the highest rates in terms of use of e-scooters, bikes, that we have built an extensive network for bicycle lines, for cycle lines, and e-motorbikes with more than 7 companies, different companies for this model for sharing bikes. So this is generally speaking about the city, and as you can see on the screen, here is the Matcha project. It began in 2017. So we are, in terms of SCC01 projects, we are mid-age. We are not one of the older, but not one of the youngest. And as you can see on the screen, we have 3 lighthouse cities: Valencia as coordinator, Dresden in Germany, and Antalya in Turkey. Each city has obviously a small local consortium in which there are academia, so universities, small companies, big companies, centers, municipal centers for innovation, and so on, experts in energy, mobility, ICT, because these are the main pillars of our project. Apart from that, we can forget that we have another pillar for social actions, because our project is citizen-centric, has a citizen-centric approach. So as you can see on the screen, apart from the 3 lighthouse cities, we have 4 follower cities in Finland, Kerava, in Belgium, Ostend, in North Macedonia, Skopje, and in Israel, Herzliya. And apart from that, we have 5 cross-cutting research centers with a wide experience in European projects as VTT, Cartif, Bocconi University, Icons, and Technalia. So this is the main composition of the consortium. And if you can move on, please, because we have another image in this slide regarding the methodology. Well, we have developed a methodology, next please, based on 4 steps. First step is from the demand side. We have created the project based on a bottom-up approach, citizen-centric approach, and detecting the demands from the city. Then we have sorry for that, but let me check one thing. Yeah. Please, yes. So apart from that, we have obviously from the crossing the supply and the demand, and then we have the demos, the 3 demos in the lighthouse cities, and finally, once we have carried out these demonstrative actions, we have assessed the bankability and scalability of these proposals. We are evaluating. We are now in the process of monitoring, trying to carry out at the end of the project an upscaling and replication plan. So we are now starting the monitoring period and finishing most of the actions, and this is all from my side, and I'm open to your questions that we are going to have a kind of debate now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernesto, and thank you for also sharing that slide with us that shows a very nice overview of the project. Thank you. Thanks to the 4 of you for those lovely presentations and taking us on a tour of Europe there, which is of course especially appreciated these days where physical travel is very much limited. So thanks. We've already received a number of questions, but I would love to go with one question first from my side, if you allow, because you've now listened to the 4 presentations of each other, and I'm wondering, what do you think you share with the others, despite the very different contexts that you have? So are there things that you share that are maybe common, not so much the context, but maybe other aspects? Is there something you think is remarkable in that respect? Ernesto, would you have something, and then I'll go over to Maria.
Yes, obviously, as we have checked, we have a completely different climates. So, for example, for actions related to photovoltaic, obviously we will have probably a different approach, but we shared lots of things. We shared interest and concerns, for sure. The curiosity, most of the people who are working in this sector are curious and about the situation of the market and solutions that could improve our cities. Even though our projects belong to different goals, different approaches, most of them has similar, quite similar actions in all of us. And this is the most relevant things that I think that we share in related to our projects.
Concern. Okay, thank you, Maria. You also said you've identified some commonalities there.
Yes, definitely. And I would like to start really from another angle. I think we all have the real interest for the energy and climate issues, to create our cities for our citizens. So we have similar types of goals, of course, depending on the situation and the context we are living in, but we all have the ambitions and the goals set. And we have the interest of realizing the energy transition, and we also have the citizens in focus. So these are aspects that I see that we have so in common with my colleagues here. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. So not just the concerns, but of course also the interests are quite common across the cities. I would now really like to bring in a question that came from our audience, and it is related to the technical and the climate point of view. And the question there is reaching carbon neutrality more complex in the north compared to the south, giving the offers that, for example, in relation to renewable energies? So obviously, maybe go first with somebody from the south and then go back to Maria. So Diego, do you think it is more complex in the north than in the south?
Well, I don't think necessarily it is. The issue is that it depends on what kind of an amount of renewable energies we dispose. This is the first thing. Also, it depends on the investment capacity. And what is more important, for instance, in the Canaries, we are islands, and electrically, the network is kind of isolated. So it makes more difficult to invest in renewable energies. So it brings me to the fourth point, which is the storage solutions. So it is more complicated, not necessarily, but in our case, we do have advantages, but we do have limitations.
Yeah, I think because most people tend to think, oh yes, of course in the south you have a lot of sunshine and a lot of solar energy available if you of course have the right applications there. But of course there are other challenges that come into play, especially if you look into an island context. But Maria, in the north, do you think it's more complex, the energy situation, turning towards more renewable energy sources?
Thank you for the question. I think we are having just like Diego said, we have different kind of challenges when it comes to these issues. And Diego already mentioned the importance of storage, and of course storage, development of the district heating networks, and also the new solutions for the district heating networks are very important for us. And we are very similar, for example, with other Nordic countries. The district heating network is very crucial for us, for example, and there also the renewable issues. Thank you.
Heating is a very different story up north in Vaasa compared to maybe Valencia.
Maybe.
And Santa Cruz de la Tenerife. Yes, Ernesto, please.
Yes, obviously, if you think about solar energy, it will be harder for Scandinavian countries to have this balance. But we are working even in Valencia with other kind of energies that maybe in Northern Europe they are a higher potential. For example, in geothermal energy. And for example, we have not too much production for hydraulic energy, and for example in Norway they have a higher rate of production of this. And in terms of consumption, obviously we in southern cities we don't have district heating, and we spend less energy probably in winter than in Finland, for example. But in summer we have a more demand for air conditioning, and I'm sure that they don't have this necessity for the summer. In this case, we have the advantage of that in summer the production of solar energy is higher, and we could cover the necessity of energy.
Thank you, Ernesto, also for that intervention. I also have a question from Invanka that came from the audience. Specifically, Invanka, from the experience in the SmartEnCity project, are there any things that you learned that you can easily transfer to most other Eastern European countries or EU countries? Are there specific learnings that would be transferable, you think?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes. From our experience, we think that mostly transferable because we share common background with Eastern countries within the EU, but also the countries that are on the path to becoming EU members. But this common background means that we have inherited building stock. I already mentioned this private residential building stock. It's common all over Central and Eastern Europe to have these huge prefabricated panel buildings occupied by small owners, many small owners, which poses a big challenge when it comes to the renovation, because they need a lot of not only funding but also organizational efforts to be renovated. So this experience that we learned within SmartEnCity, also from Tartu. Tartu is one of the lighthouse cities where they also have this type of buildings because they were a former part of the Soviet Union, you know. So this experience is very valuable for us in Asenovgrad, but also it can be very, very valuable for the other Eastern countries, and especially the ways that these small homeowners, apartment owners, are involved in the renovation. So citizen involvement, but concentrated on this perspective. Many small owners in big multifamily residential buildings made from prefabricated panels, because they have specific requirements for energy renovation. I mean, the buildings are specific. So this is something that we think can be easily transferred to the other Eastern countries.
Thank you, Invanka. And just imagining that large building stock that is spreading all across Eastern Europe, there is a lot of potential. I agree, absolutely. So great that there are some learnings coming from your project and your city, and of course also some other cities as well. Having now looked a bit at like commonalities, I'm wondering, are there specific unique solutions that you've implemented in your city, in the project obviously, that you think, hey, this is something, it is unique for our city at the moment, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. So are there points where you think we're quite proud of this because we've developed this in our city, and we would love to know, let others know and work on that as well? Is there something? I know, Ernesto, I think there's your ICT platform. That's certainly something that's rather unique, isn't it?
Well, for example, we are, to tell you the truth, we are very proud of our ICT platform. It has been a reference, and it has been one of our strengths. In fact, we are sharing our knowledge with other cities, because this platform has been recognized at different levels, not only at a local or a national level, but also at a European level. Apart from that, we have some actions that are very innovative, related mainly to energy sector, because we are including a lot of types of renewable. One of them is getting energy from the waves of the Mediterranean Sea. Another is for getting energy from the sewerage system, from the dark waters, and for geothermal, and obviously apart from solar thermal, photovoltaic, and so on. So we are amazed about the different ways that renewable that we are testing, and we're delighted to participate in this transition energy that we are carrying out in our city.
Thank you, Ernesto. Maria, considering that I think especially from the four of you in this call, do you think that your northern exposure actually requires some unique solutions to solve some of the smart city issues?
There are special things that need to be taken into account, and we have the different contexts with the northern aspect. But I think it's more also maybe things to consider. The countries and the cities are built up also legally in different ways, and there are other aspects that maybe is of also great importance to adapt, and or the solutions need to be adapted to.
And could you elaborate on that? So what would be these specific issues you were mentioning? For example, the legal ones you were referring to.
For example, when we are developing things, for example, in Finland, it's very common that the city is not the owner of parts of the services that they in a way produce. There are different companies, and in other cities, in other countries, a lot of services are taken care of by the one and same organization, which also is influencing on the way of working, for example.
Yeah, Absolutely. Thank you for also pointing towards, let's say, non-technical points there. Moving on, maybe, and I think a couple of you have already mentioned that in your introduction, there is this importance of citizen engagement. We heard it across the conference a couple of times, but I'm wondering if there is maybe some experiences that you want to share, how you've done it in your city, in your project. Ivanka, I think you mentioned that importance earlier in your elaborations on the answer. How important is citizen engagement, and how have you dealt with it?
Definitely, citizen engagement is, I would say, the most crucial thing in our activities within the project, but not only within sustainable development activities, because, as I already mentioned, citizens, they live in these huge prefabricated panel blocks that need to be refurbished, and they consume most of the energy on the territory of the municipality. So they are very crucial to be involved. What we have done within the project, first there was the experience of Tartu. They have done a lot. Tartu is a town in Estonia, and they are a lighthouse city in our project. They have done a lot of promotional work among the citizens, workshops with them, leaflets, distribution, discussions, not workshops in the sense that presentation and people listening, but vivid discussions with the citizens. And we thought it's very applicable to us. We tried to do the same in Asenovgrad. So we to engage the citizens through these gatherings. Unfortunately, for our context, it proved not that viable. But what we did instead was the information through the municipality website, through the city website, but also specifically targeted campaigns through promotional materials distributed among the citizens. And last but not least, provision of funding to citizens, which proved rather, positive when engaging them, because they were firstly informed that there will be some support for them to do the refurbishment. But in order to get this support, they need to get engaged, and they need to get together to appoint one person from the whole building who is responsible for communication to get this support. I mean, it's an organizational matter. And they have to have legally established so-called associations of owners in order to get this funding. And the funding was quite substantial. So this proved to work well together with the campaigns. Of course, it needed a lot of going and talking to people, not formally. And the most successful approach turned to be identifying one person in the whole building that is the mostly proactive and mostly influential within the building, and getting him or her on board. And then the rest is just they go back and explain to their fellow citizens, fellow neighbors. And that's how we actually managed to do this in Asenovgrad. But of course, this funding scheme was also very helpful. So this is our experience from citizen engagement.
Thank you, Ivanka. So it's a combination of information and sort of awareness-raising campaigns, as well as finding those ambassadors that would then, of course, make your entry into the buildings a lot more easy. Diego, and looking again at a very different context, at an island context, where I guess also the engagement would be different. How did the engagement work in Santa Cruz de Tenerife?
Sorry, thank you for the question. We have done two main levels in city engagement. The first one was during the diagnosis. We try to get involved as many as possible as many representative of the citizenship in this process. As well, we try to get the participation from the companies, from the local ecosystem. So we had separately workshops to prepare first the analysis of the situation of the city. On one side, the citizen, and on the other side, the companies. And once this analysis was made, firstly, we try to work online with different formulas, just to gain the first view of the people, of the participant. And then when the information taken by online system was organized, we try to display this information during workshops. Once this workshop was made, we tackled the diagnosis and eventually defining the main challenge by participatory process, considering the most common selected challenge from all participants. So we try to get face-by-face participation to orientate the goals, and eventually we try to back up with some online participation on the website of the municipality to gain some backup. And well, this needs to be improved in some extent, but it was quite well, because we felt very well supported, because it was a very participative process. Then on the other side, we do have a specific project, citizen engagement. For instance, the retrofitting of the social housing was made. It's been made actually today through dialogue with the tenants. Even if the municipality is going to do the main investment, some small investment will be asked for to the tenants. So there are a range of small actions or a possibility to order the actions in some extent, considering the people or the tenants' opinion. So this is going to take place now. So in some extent, the tenants are going to provide their view on what is going to be done in the buildings they are living in. So two sides, and we are waiting for the information site to be displayed for IRIS a little bit further, with all the information regarding the IRIS action, where it will be taking place this online dialogue. It won't be only information, but also feedback from the citizen to assess the success of the project. More or less is general view of this.
Thank you, Diego, and thank you also for highlighting that it is possible to also do a citizen engagement in an online format, which is still often, I think, neglected a bit, that's an option to use as well. So thank you for highlighting that. Another subject that came up already this morning during the conference was replication. And of course, we all know that that's a challenging subject. And having the four of you there, I'm wondering if in your opinion and from your experience, of course, if there are specific success factors that you would identify to make replication successful. So is there anything that you, in your context or in your specification, that you would like to share? Ernesto, I think you pointed towards yourself as having an answer.
Well, I wanted to participate in the previous one also, but only say a couple of things regarding citizen engagement, and then I will move to that, if you let me do that. So our project is based on the citizens. As I have mentioned, it has a citizen-centric approach, and for us, it has been a key aspect. We have carried out workshops, as Diego has mentioned. We carried out 3 different workshops for first municipal departments, second including companies and academia, and third including citizens. So we have used this from the very beginning of the project. Now, as some of you has mentioned, the difficult engagement has been is being more difficult because of the pandemic crisis, and we are moving to different formats, and maybe it's more difficult to engage the people. And finally, I would like to highlight that we have created a matrix for our 140 actions in the 3 pilots, and we have defined 5 different levels for participation: inform, consult, involve, collaborate, and empower. And for each action, we have defined which level of participation should be desirable for each action. So this was what I wanted to say about citizen engagement. And related to replication, I have attended to a session this morning about replication. The name was replication, or something like this. It has been very interesting, and some aspects have flourished that most of us are suffering in a way. But the main barriers, most of the speakers have highlighted that they're financial on the one side, that in some cases there's not enough collaboration, and the information is quite dispersed. So to have all the information joined this is quite difficult. And as boosters and things that could make it easier is that it's easier to learn from good experiences from others, or bad experiences. So these failures and successful stories are very good to start from there and not start from scratch. That is much more difficult.
Thank you, Ernesto, and my apologies. I didn't see your raised hand because virtually it's difficult.
No problem.
Virtually, I can't see your raised hands. I only see them if you really raise it physically. Thank you also for that intervention on replication. I would like to do a last round amongst the 4 of you. Considering that this is a final SCIS conference, we're wanting to get a bit of an insight from you of what has been useful for your projects. So how has SCIS been useful for your projects? And then, of course, what do you expect the Smart Cities Marketplace in the future to pick up on that? Are there things you want to see continued? Are there things that you would love to see in the future to change, to be added? Anything that comes to mind. I'd love to start with Invanka because she was the last one, or the very last one to speak, so I give the floor first to you.
Thank you. Sorry, do you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, we hear you. Actually, what we benefited from Smart Cities information system is that we enlarged our horizon, if I put it like this, because within our project we have 3 lighthouse cities and 2 followers, including us. But within the information system, we have access to much wider field, if I can say, much wider area of project and experiences and solutions and conditions, of course, which is also important. So this much more enlarged horizon was very useful for us, because we had the chance to have information and to have solutions that are not present within our own project. So this is something very, very important for us. So that's why we were very glad to take part in this. And about the marketplace, because this we are committed to have business models applied in our city for the future, because public money is not enough for making this transition towards a carbon zero city. So we expect in the future also to take advantage from successful business models proven in the other projects or in the other activities outside our consortium within SmartEnCity. So for me, this is for us in Asenovgrad, I mean, this is the most important take from these initiatives.
Thank you very much, Invanka. And yes, of course, I mean, learning from each other is an important aspect, and that sharing and community building aspect. Thank you for highlighting that. I would love to first now turn to Diego, and then to Ernesto, and then to Maria. Diego, what's your take on that? What was so beneficial from SCIS, and what would you like to be taken further in the Smart Cities Marketplace? Diego, you're muted. Could you unmute yourself?
Sorry, thank you. Well, I will be brief. Inspiration, because we can be inspired by our partners, and also the ones which are not partners, but they are also developing their own projects, like in this case, Ernesto. Support in terms of empathy, because sometimes when things get harder, you need to see that everybody is also struggling, and they are having their own problems, and eventually with the support we can just overcome them. And also support in terms of technical issues that could be just helped by the partners. It is very basic and very important for us. So this is all important for me. And the marketplace, well, to me in the past was a very productive way of getting in touch with a lot of partners and colleagues. And I think it's a way of keep learning, and where everybody should be there and get in touch with. I think it's important to keep going. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diego, and thank you also for highlighting the importance there of exchange and getting the opportunity, get the organized opportunity for these kind of exchanges. So thank you. Ernesto, what's your take on that? What's been beneficial from SCIS, and what would you like to take forward?
Yeah, I share the opinion that the previous speakers has shared with us, but more specifically for us, it has been really useful for the definition of our evaluation frameworks at different levels, technical, social, and economic evaluation frameworks, that we have used this SCIS approach. Apart from that, I think it's useful for the comparison within projects. And in our case, we have some of our partners involved in the SCIS initiative to a great extent. And related to this, we are in Matcha project. We are co-leading with Iris project, with the Stardust project, the task group for monitoring that is collaborating with SCIS. So for us, has been really relevant, this role. And related to Smart Cities Marketplace, I think that going on with the collaboration will be good and very useful for us. And that's all from my side.
Thank you, Ernesto. Another interesting aspect there on the evaluation framework, so thank you. Maria, coming to you as our last speaker, what is it that you specifically liked about SCIS? What has been useful? And do you want to see this taken further?
As a total, I fully agree with the previous speakers, of course. It's very important that we are able to interact, to learn from each other, and also gather the information that we have created, for example, from projects and solutions. Invanka mentioned the business models, and to really use the knowledge that has been created and to have a platform for interaction, and also where also small and medium-sized cities are able to interact and learn from other cities, as well as the large cities are able to interact. So it's I've been very happy to be involved earlier, and I'm very looking forward to the future cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you to the four of you. This has been a very, very interesting hour and a very interesting conversation with the four of you. I want to thank you so much for joining us today for this exchange and for sharing your experiences from your respective cities and contexts. So thank you very much. And here we will go on with our next session. And for that, I would love to invite you. I would like to invite you to join me on something that's called the Explore Zone, which you might have already looked at earlier, because it is part of our website, of the conference website. And I just want to point you towards where you would be able to find that, in case you've not looked for that yet, but it has so much a wealth of information, so I would love you to be able to access that. If you go to the website, I mean, you're already on the website because you see the live stream, but you have, of course, the live stream, but you have other aspects as well. And one of the tabs that you'll see is the Explore Zone. And I'm just going to try to do something I haven't done in the last 2 days, and I'm going to point at something from my screen. So there it is, where my finger is pointing. There you go. So that's where you find the Explore Zone. You can click on it. And my colleagues will just scroll us through this, because there's so much information that you can access. Of course, there is also the website that you can access. But here, what we've done is we've compressed the information and we've actually made it more accessible, created a lot of links to the right resources. So this is your, let's say, snapshot of what you can expect. We have, of course, a leaflet there which explains the Smart Cities Marketplace. In short, we have, of course, a link to the website, because that's where you want to go in the end if you want more information. But what's particularly interesting is that you have a link there for subscribing to the newsletter, which is, of course, a very good way to get all the information that you need. And it's sent to you. So it's the easiest way to get access to that. They also have the links to the social media channels, especially also the one YouTube channel, where the recordings of this conference will be made available in the next week. So also an important resource that you want to look at again. Of course, there are more resources, more information that you can access. There's a link to the action cluster. You have the call for projects, as well as, of course, information and links to the investor network. So have a look at the Explore Zone. Try it out, click on the links, look for the information that is most relevant for you. Sign up for the newsletter, and of course also join the other initiatives that you can find on this lovely webpage. Furthermore, we would like to try something fun with you. We've created a little quiz. It is available again in Slido, so not a new application that you have to use. Just go through the Slido part that is on the right hand side of your screen. And at this time it's not just one question, but we have a couple of tricky questions for you. No, they're not that tricky, but of course we want to just tease a little bit on the knowledge that you've gained during the last 2 days of the conference. And just go through them. Just click one question, answer it, click to the next. So it's a bit also for you to say, hey, maybe there I should have a look again because I don't know the answer to that question. So just try it. There are a number of questions. We will pick one at random now to just look into the results. I'm hoping that you find the responses to the Slido. So just go to the right hand side of your screen. You'll find the first question. You answer that. You get to the second question. You answer that. So do you have a couple of those questions? We just picked one where we want to show the results live. So one of the questions in the quiz is, how many members does the Smart Cities Marketplace Investor Network have? I think it's the second question in the quiz, so some of you might not gotten there yet, but I'll give you a few moments. Responded to that question already. We're not going to give the right answer just yet, because that would be cheating. So just take your time and answer those questions if you want. There's not going to be, it's not an exam, so there's not going to be a grade. There's also not going to be a prize either, but the prize of knowledge is of course invaluable. So you absolutely gain something by answering these questions, because you will have more knowledge afterwards. Just looking at my colleagues just to see if we can get the results for this question. Perfect. So there is a number of answers. Oh, there's quite a subdivision there. So how many members does the Smart Cities Marketplace Investors Network have? The majority thinks it's 12, which is a 40%. There's of course also, there are some people that think it's 15 and some people think it's 20. Do we want to give the right answer? Do we really want to? Yes, we do. So it's 15. So 3 out of the 10 people that responded have gotten it right. Wonderful. For the others, the ones that answered 12, hey, there's even more. So great, isn't that a good news? And for the ones that answered 20, I think that might be the ambition in the future. So I think none of the answers are really wrong, but the current status is 15. So you can keep continuing answering those questions, do the quiz, learn more, and then of course you have the resources, as I explained, in the Explore Zone, where you can get more information on that as well. Furthermore, one of the more things that I want to show you is in the last 2 days there has been wonderful graphic reporting on our conference. We have our wonderful Agatha Smark from ThinkE, who has been sitting in the sessions and has recorded these, not in the standard boring way of typing away, but she has been graphically recording them. And you've seen, maybe if you joined through the session a bit earlier during lunch, you've seen a couple of them run through as a sort of a loop, because she's not only recorded them at one moment in time, but she's actually made little videos out of them, and they're just marvelous. So just behind me there should be appearing a few of those in the next couple of seconds. So I will just let them run through and let you be amazed by this wonderful art of graphic reporting. So you see that there is, for example, a recording of the storytelling, a session of yesterday. And the lovely thing I got that she even captured the speakers there from the online session. So there are those lovely features that you have. There is the packaging breakout session that we had yesterday that she recorded in these wonderful graphics. So there is another one on the tools for capacity building. Again, I think a wonderful analogy there with the tool for building walls. It's not just building walls, but also building capacity. And there we have, as the last of the snapshots that we want to give you, also the recording, the graphic recording on the session of Smart Cities Resilience in times of COVID-19, where we had very inspiring conversations between the different speakers. And learn a lot, actually. All of these graphic recordings, they are shared via the Smart Cities Marketplace Twitter and LinkedIn channels, so there you can find them, and of course also on the Smart Cities Marketplace website in the news article about this conference. So they're not gone, they're not lost, but they will be shared via different channels. So stay tuned also there to have a look at those later on at your own time and leisure. So after having this wonderful look at the graphics, there's only one thing I ask you to do now, which is basically grab a coffee. Because in about 5 minutes at 3:15, we will continue with the wrap up of this lovely conference. And this is now your 5 minutes to have a very quick break, grab a cup of coffee, get energized again for our last session, where we have 3 amazing speakers trying to make sense of what they heard in the last 2 days. This is Jens Bartholmes, Georg Houben and Tatiana Pasquel Garcia, and they will be interviewed by my colleague Martin on their takeaways from this conference. So grab coffee and see you back at 3:15.
We are drawing to an end of the SCIS final conference. For this last session, I have 3 very special guests with me. I'd like to introduce you to Tatiana Pasquel Garcia from Vito. Then, hello, Tatiana. Then Georg Houben, Policy Officer at DG Energy. And Jens Bartholmes, also from DG Energy. Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for joining me for this final session. Tatiana, you've been following what's been happening over the last 2 days of this conference. Any special moments or thoughts that you're taking away from this event?
Hi, Martin. Thank you for having us. Many special moments and many takeaways, but if I could summarize them, a lot of people come and think that SCIS is about data, a lot of data, but it's not only that. It's a tiny part of this. It's about people, it's about projects, it's about cities, their stories, and paving their way to sustainability. But one thing that one of the comments that I heard over a couple of days that I like the most, it's SCIS. In SCIS, you can also find a blueprint on how to make this transition happening in Europe, because we have the stories, successes and challenges and from so many cities in Europe that can actually, that it's such a wealth of material that can help others into building this. You can learn from our mistakes and also from our successes. But the data, of course, it is very important. And what I like about SCIS is that this is not something that somebody came out with. No, the conclusions and materials that the project has thrown up are actually based on these data. And the data is the ones that gives us these kind of blueprints and hopeful outlook for the future. Transition can happen, cities can be sustainable and living, and we can live in a nicer environment for everybody.
Excellent, thank you very much. So the blueprint that's coming through is an important element. Thank you. Georg, you've been looking in lots of different sessions over the last 2 days. I've seen you popping up all over the place. What have your impressions been? What are you taking away from you after these 2 days?
Yeah, quite usually we would say we end on a high note with this event, but it's actually not an end, it's a beginning. And what I find striking is actually that this motto, this headline, was truly discussed and lived over the past few days, or the past 2 days. Well, I could not say more about the wealth of knowledge, the true European collective knowledge how to make a smart city. And I think we discussed quite a lot, mainly how to actually use that in the future. I mean, we have these upcoming policies, we have the European Green Deal, we have the renovation wave coming up, and a whole lot more. And what I really understood from all the discussions I listened to is that this legacy of SCIS will really be a true asset for future undertakings and actions we are planning. And there is, of course, still a lot to do. So it's good that it's not an end, but a beginning, because there's much we can learn also from this event. In fact, a lot of discussions all over the place, a lot of nice quotes. I got them all, and I have to say that I totally failed in making my own summary ready in time for this recap. But it's really, we will have these excellent drawings of Agatha online so that everyone can get actually a flavor of what we discussed over the past few days with nearly 200 participants, which is really great. So yeah, I mean, I'm just very, very proud to be a part of that team, and that I'm very happy to continue the journey. That's all I say for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jens, as Georg said, this is a beginning, actually, and the European Commission is certainly investing heavily in smart city initiatives, such as the Lighthouse projects. But what do you expect to see over the next 5 years, and what sort of response are you expecting from smart cities to the climate neutral targets?
I'm expecting a lot. So what we had over the last 7 years, where you said rightfully we invested already a lot, close to €500 million in grants for smart cities. What we expect now, first projects are coming to the close of the 5 years that they worked on. Another one just started this week, actually. They had a kickoff in the last 2 days as well. So there's a continuity from starting from 2014 up to 2025. What I expect is that what others expect for the future, I expect now about we will have 100 cities by 2030 doing this and that. We have already more than 100 doing it now. And so I expect that actually the replication takes place. The replication, first of all, in their own cities, of going from district level and going to other districts and then in the end to city level. But also that the financing that we were talking so much about in these 2 days here, that this is seen as something less and less risky because it is the way forward. It will be mainstream, and we showed that it is mainstream. It is mainstream feasible at least, and it will be mainstream very soon. But also that's the only way how we can go. There is no real other plan B for this. Cities have to become the driving motor of this climate neutral transition. So I think we are on the good road already, but there's, let's say, the learning and also what SCIS is. The SCIS is also the historic memory. So it links us to what we did in the past, but it gives us the possibility to be better in the future. So these are things that I think we have all the building blocks in place, and I'm really looking forward that this pans out in the way we hope it will. Thank you.
Great, Jens. Thank you very much for that. Georg, coming back to you, you're very often described as one of the architects of the move from the SCIS, the SCIS, to the new Smart Cities marketplace. What was the vision for that move? What's your underlying motives, and what do you expect from that transition from SCIS to the Smart Cities marketplace?
Well, I would be more humble than that, to be honest. There are many architects of this process. I just happen to be part of it, and that makes me a little bit proud, I have to say. Now, coming to the vision, what's the vision? I mean, we have 75% of people living in cities in Europe, and 75% roughly also equal share of energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions. So that's already the argument why we would care about cities and implementing policies in cities. So that much for the actual core motivation of looking at cities and helping cities to make for the much needed transition as defined in the European Green Deal, but also already earlier for the 2020 goals, the 2030 goals, and so on. Now, what's the vision with SCIS? That's actually how can I say that? SCIS is, as Jens said, the lasting memory of what we have done over the past decade and even longer back, if we think about the Concerto project, Concerto program, for instance. And we need to use that, all the outcomes, we need to translate that into practical knowledge, which SCIS is doing. And that is now even better and more purposefully integrated soon under the matchmaking process of the marketplace. So really, stakeholders looking for finance, stakeholders who want to go about their smart city plans, be it short, mid, or long term, they will find the help they need, and they will find all the knowledge, the blueprints, the best practices, the readings, the stories, and that's also quite important because stories always connect to us. They connect to what we feel rather than what we think and know. And so that all of that is delivered by SCIS, and it will be even more valuable when it comes to the Smart Cities marketplace, because that is supposed, I'm talking about the vision, in my view, should become the hub for connecting many initiatives out there. There is Living in EU, looking at the digital transition in cities. There is Civitas, looking at the mobility part. There is the mission on cities, not least. And there are so many other initiatives out there, including the Covenant of Mayors and so on. And it would be just splendid if we would find a way, a stepstone platform for people to find the help they need, rather than adding to the confusion of stakeholders. We want to help them. And I think that's the biggest vision of all, because then we can make the change really happen. If we give the people the tools, the help, the knowledge at hand they need. I think that's pretty much it in essence.
Thank you very much, Georg. Tatiana, turning to you, as you've heard, both Georg and Jens have very high expectations for the Smart Cities marketplace. You're going to be leading and running this endeavor, so no pressure there on you whatsoever. Obviously, this is a transition, and the SCIS has that historic memory, as Jens was saying. What elements from SCIS will people find in the Smart Cities marketplace? But where do you go beyond what SCIS currently is and offer something new?
Well, no pressure at all. I'm just happy that I have the fortune to work with an amazing group of people from every corner in Europe. A lot of them part also from the SCIS project. So the immense task is equally shared. We're all very happy to continue with this. But to go to your question, so we'll continue to actively use the resources produced by SCIS, such as the booklet, the solution booklets, and the policy papers, and so on. You know, in all of our capacity building activities within the marketplace. So in the marketplace, we have 6 working groups, the action clusters, experts working groups that have been already using the materials from SCIS and will benefit from using it as well, and these will be complemented by them. So we'll work in a synergy between what has been produced and what can be done. We'll also monitor a number of projects as well in the next couple of years, and also help them in telling their stories, and in a way that it fits into our matchmaking tool as well. Because what we want to do is to get all this wealth of knowledge, put it to a good use. So this can help, as I mentioned, and also Georg remarked, as a blueprint, so more projects can access to finance through our matchmaking and following the steps of successful projects. So this is something that is going to continue, and also our collaboration and communication style remains the same. We're open to work with other initiatives and share their stories as well. So those things, they keep on going. I think we have succeeded in SCIS to bring together the community of Smart Cities projects, and this community is very, very strong, and they know that they can reach out to us whenever there's something to share about their projects, or there's some collaboration opportunities between us and them. So we're all one big Smart Cities families, like Georg likes to call us. So we'll continue for them here.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. And your key message there was also that the door remains open, and
yes,
very happy to welcome new cities or new initiatives in and to support them where that's possible.
Yes.
Well, thank you very, very much. Now, before I go to my final question to you all, just after this, I will be joined by my colleague Katarina Badash, who's also been your moderator. And we're going to be telling you how to stay in touch with the Smart Cities marketplace, so that this is not an end, but a beginning, and it's a beginning that we can do together. And Katarina is preparing that now and will be joining us shortly. But before she comes, I would just like to ask the three of you a legacy question. The SCIS is so well established, has contributed so much, but for you personally, what do you think is the legacy of SCIS. And Jens, I'd like to start with you. How would you describe the legacy?
The legacy for me is something that it shows it's a process. It has developed over a long time. It was actually almost a decade ago, really the first contact I had with this world on a super well-organized conference in Budapest, where I went with Georg, and that seems 2 or 3 lifetimes ago. And we saw that it's not something that happens overnight, but that through a link like SCIS, through what happened in the past, to what we learned from it, I think that is the legacy, really, that it shows it needs a lot of time. It needs absolutely a lot of effort also and motivation, but that it then really leads to the targets that we set ourselves 10 years ago. So that's for me the thing. It really shows that it's not just an illusion what we're doing right now, but it's based on hard facts.
Excellent. No, thank you very much, and a very fine legacy that is as well. Tatiana, coming to you, how do you perceive the legacy of SCIS?
It's difficult not to say something that we already mentioned, because it's a bit of combination of everything. So I'll perhaps start from a personal point of view. For me, SCIS was one of the first smart cities projects that I started working at Vito with. It was three and a half years ago, if not more, that we got into this endeavor, and it's been quite a ride to see it, to take it over, and now to see it merge with an even bigger community. So for me, it's a very nice and personal accomplishment, or nice to see it through. So that's my the personal legacy of the project to me. A very nice to know about stories and so on. But I think for the wider community, as I said, it's not only data. It's not just a platform with a lot of information. It's a community hub, and I think that's what it's one of the biggest parts of the success of SCIS. It brought together a very vast community from every single corner. There's at least one city, if not more, in every single member state that it's in the database, and we have information from them, from their projects and so on. And those are the stories that are worth telling and worth spreading. And if we want to achieve 100% climate neutral cities in our home, in our continent, in Europe. So that's for me one of the biggest things of SCIS. But I don't see it so much as a legacy, because as the title of the conference it is, it's not an end, it's only a beginning. So it is a bit of a tiny legacy that will continue. So we'll see it in a couple of more years, I guess. And because, as Jens mentioned, this doesn't happen overnight. It will take a little bit more time, but it's there. So once we reach that goal, then we can talk about legacies. And yeah.
But now that sort of community hub feeling and spirit really moving forward from SCIS into the smart cities marketplace. Thank you very much. Georg, it's the SCIS.
Yeah.
What is it for you? What is the legacy?
Well, first of all, SCIS is, if you want, just a name. It's all about the people. And we almost, by now, don't dare that it actually started as a database, as a really sober, boring data collection exercise in the end. However, as I said, it's all about people, and it's just amazing to see really over the past decade growing, seeing this smart cities and communities idea and mindset growing across Europe, like speaking to our lighthouse and fellow cities, but then also speaking to project coordinators from legacy projects, actually, from some time ago. Like when we were in Barcelona, there were a few project coordinators which happened not to be members of lighthouse projects, but actually project coordinators of older projects. It is just quite fantastic to see how this support grew over time and how this sort of now really merges together, and like the two parts of it is now more than the pure sum of it. It will be something totally new. It will put SCIS on a new level when it comes to its value, its contribution. And I really can't wait to see that in action. And the only thing I can say is that people join us, have a look at what we can offer to you in order to get your smart city plans, ideas, bring them to reality, and design like the green Europe of the future together with us. That would be kind of both a legacy, but also a vision for the future. So I'm very happy that this is the beginning and not the end.
Jens, Tatiana, Georg, thank you very much for those final thoughts. And I think it's interesting that you've all sort of transformed that legacy question into something that's forward-looking and building on the shoulders of giants and standing on them and moving forward. So I think that's a very nice introduction into the smart cities marketplace. Thank you very, very much. Now,
thank you, Martin.
My pleasure.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and we'll see you in the next event.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, don't go away yourselves. Stay where you are. And I'm going to be joined now by my colleague, Katarina. She will be coming on the screen very, very soon. And we're going to tell you how you can stay engaged with us in the future. Because as has been said many, many times today, this is not an end. This is a beginning. So, Katarina, welcome back. How can people stay in contact with us after this conference?
Thank you, Martin, and also thank you for this very interesting wrap-up session just there, giving us another piece of food for thought there. As I said a couple of minutes ago, just in the session before, there are many different ways to stay connected and get information and get engaged. There is, of course, the Smart Cities Marketplace newsletter. You can find that in the Explore Zone, as explained earlier. The link to that. There are, of course, a lot of upcoming events that will be happening over the coming months, most of them virtually, but we of course hope for some more in-person events in the future. There are, of course, a way to engage with the action clusters, but also with the matchmaking and the investors network. So many, many different ways to get engaged, get connected, get in touch with the Smart Cities community. And of course, there will be a new website. And you're now, audience, you're the first one to get a sneak peek at this new website. It's not live yet. You can't access it yet. You will be able to do so in the future. So that's how it's going to look like, the new Smart Cities Marketplace website with, as we discussed in the last 2 days, a lot of valuable information, but also ways to connect, ways to engage, ways to find finance. So many, many different things that you can find on the website. And as said and as also explained with by Elko yesterday, it will go live in just a few weeks when the last little kinks have been solved. So this was the sneak peek and you got it there. So Martin, that's the many different ways of getting engaged and staying in touch with the Smart Cities Marketplace. So thank you for that opportunity.
Okay, and we do expect all of you to stay in touch, so there's no sneaking away. You have plenty of opportunities, and as Tatiana was saying, and Georg and Jens, we really need to build forward now and use those great opportunities. So do use those connections to stay in touch with us. This is the beginning of a new adventure. However, it is also the end of this conference, and I would like to thank you, and I think Katarina as well, very much all of our online audience, all of the participants. Thank you so much for engaging with us over the last 2 days. I would also like to extend on behalf of everyone our thanks to the speakers and the panelists who have really engaged us and entertained us with their insights and their perspectives on smart cities moving forward. Of course, we have the SCIS and the Smart Cities Marketplace teams who have been working around the clock to put this together, so thank you very much for that. But also, as has been said by Jens, the historic perspective, it's not just the current teams, it's also those other projects. We're literally standing on the shoulders of giants here. So thank you also to the other consortium that predated this current SCIS team. We thank you as well for all your work and legacy moving forward. Of course, we have to acknowledge and be very grateful for the support of the European Commission, the European Union. And Georg and Jens, please, our thanks to the two of you, but also do extend our thanks to your colleagues across the European Commission and the EU institutions that have supported and really nurtured this whole smart cities development. Ladies and gentlemen, Katerina and I have been in front of the camera and talking to you, but behind us has been the real brain power and energy of putting this conference together. And I would just like, if I may, to thank Sabine, Vanessa, Gabi, Ariadna and Mateus for really helping us to put this all together. It has been an outstanding piece of work. Thank you very much to the behind the scenes team. I think, Katerina, that brings us to an end of this conference. So from my side in Brussels, thank you very much. Katerina.
Thank you, Martin, and also from here in Stuttgart in our live studio. Thank you all. Thank you so much. And actually, as Martin said, this is the end of the conference, but it's the beginning of the Smart Cities Marketplace. So stay in touch and please engage with this wonderful community. Thank you very much. Thank you, Martin. Thank you out there, our audience. Goodbye.
Goodbye.